is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey, y'all. I'm super excited to be here today. I feel better, which is good. Hey, Abellis, Indie Girl, Petty Mason, Darlene, Sarah, Indie Girl, Hurricane, Petty Mason, Serena, Anna, Wolfpack, Thomas. Good to see y'all. Anna, Abellis, Petty, Heo, Queen Olive, Ruth Ann, Hurricane. Rosemary, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really appreciate your support. Hey, Brooklyn, Sue Joy, Against All Logic. Hello. Gina Marie, Occasionally Classy, Mayla's mom. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, make sure you comment and I'll shout you out. Hey, Edith. Sweet Melissa, hello. Miss King of Anything, Teresa, Screaming Daisies, Karen. I see y'all. Indie Girl. It's good to see y'all. Wolfpack. Again. And Anna again. Again. All right, so we are going to... Misty, hello. Good to see you. We're going to talk about this video that I put out last night. I'm going to write some things down and... y'all let me know what you think. I'm going to tell you what I think. Let me get it going. Hold on just a minute. You got 3.
Hey, y'all. I'm going through the homicide
Excuse me. Now, I feel bad about this video because it was like loud
indictment, and I found some interesting information, and I want to share it with you guys.
It was loud here last night. There's lots of noise in the background. I kind of feel bad about it, but I wanted to get this information out to y'all because I was doing another recording where I'm reading the homicide indictment, and I found this, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God. Really? And it did actually say that the date that she passed away was the 25th, which is odd to me because that's when the whole McDonald's thing was suggested. I would like to know if they had ever been to McDonald's before, like that was something they did often, because we know that the whole McDonald's thing came from him having to leave so early. Like it was an excuse for him to leave out so early, get her out of the house and into the car and throw the stuff away in the dumpster and all that. I also found that they have him on camera leaving the school at 8:10, which is odd. So anyway, the date of death was confirmed as the 25th. So, you know, for it to be the 25th too, like they went to bed at 11, it happened within an hour. Like, my question would be, could they get the time of death down to within an hour? Because if it happened after midnight, it would have said the 26th on this document. So I have lots of questions. Hey, Nanny Goat, Boomer, good to see y'all. So we're going to go ahead and get into it. You guys let me know what you think.
Guys. Now, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to show it to you, and I'm going to tell you what I think it says. Any of my internet sleuths out there, if you pick up something that I don't, please let me know. Share it. Let us know. Give us some information. Tell me what you think, okay? All right. Hopefully you can see that. It's as clear as I can make it. This is from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. It's from J. Mark Glass, who's the commissioner. It's a laboratory report from April 10th, 2024.
So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Occasionally classy. Like, because, again, I mean, the McDonald's thing was so he could leave early and get the body out of the house without anybody seeing. And it says the 25th. Like, if they put the 25th, I'd say, I mean, it had to have happened that night. We're about to hear it.
It says, attention, Mark Morris, who's the head detective on the case. I apologize if you hear stuff in the background. It's nighttime and I can't. It's loud here at night in the Speculating family's household.
So right here where it says offenses, it says death investigation, Osceola County, February 25th, 2024. So does that mean Jen knew? Does that mean that it happened right after they went to bed at 11 o'clock? Like, I don't know. Nanny go, I wonder that too, but what it could possibly be from her phone, but I would think because this file right here tells us like what was on her body, her fingernail clippings, like they did swabs and got DNA from all over her body, right? So that would tell me by then or that they know the time of death by the time they're doing this. Like maybe the autopsy report would have a different time of death, but I don't know. I mean, I would think before they put this out, like with all the DNA results, because this was done April 10th. Okay. So they've had time, like they got all the fingernail clippings, they got all the swabs, and this is the results of them testing that. Okay. So they would have done that and then they would have continued on with the autopsy. So by the time this paper is out, April 10th, and they've got the DNA results back from the fingernail clippings, the swabs, and things like that, they would know what time the time of death was, and it's February 25th. So that means it didn't happen the early morning hours of the 26th. So I have questions. Told. So it tells us the victim is Madeline, what I assume to be Madeline. Sarah, I apologize for continuing to pause. So they found her on March 1st. She went missing the 26th of February. So it was like 2 or 3 days. I don't know how many days, if we had a leap year this year. I'll tell you exactly in just a second. Hey, Ashley. DNA plus Cellbrite info from phone combined? Well, these are from swabs and things. So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it would have been a couple of days, 2 or 3. Boomer, I don't think it's an error on their part because this is the laboratory results. I mean, yeah, anything's possible, but like this was April 10th. They knew by April 10th the time of death. I don't know, man. Soto, and you'll understand why in just a second. The subject is Stephen Stearns. The offense is a death investigation in Osceola County. February 25th, 2024 is when they're saying the death occurred, which is important. That means it would be the night before. This is a laboratory report that was done April 10th of 2024. So again, I mean, by April 10th, they've done the autopsy. They've sent off the stuff to be DNA tested. This is the results of the DNA testing. So I would say that, I mean, that's accurate. A death investigation in Osceola County from February 25th, 2024. And we're going to go down. Okay. It says this report references evidence submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement on March 13th, 2024 by Jamie Jung. Okay, wait. The report contains. Okay. So this report references evidence submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement on March 13th. Okay, so this evidence, the DNA stuff like that, was submitted on March 13th. They sent it off for testing, and April 10th, they had it back, and they made this report. So again, I would think that's accurate. So she had to have died the night before. You know, allegedly speculating. I don't know. I was not there. I did not see. But that's what it says to me. Brooklyn said, sounds very familiar to the Karen Reed story. I don't know much about that one. Conclusions, opinions, and or interpretations made by the author. Tells us the evidence, the FDL, and the agency. So it says item number, exhibit number. Okay, the exhibit's going to be for court, the longer set of numbers there. And then what we need to pay attention to is like item 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.1, 8.29. Okay. So the description for item number 3 is buccal swabs represented as being from Stephen Stearns. 4 is a member swab represented as being from Stephen Stearns. 5 is a DNA card represented as being from Maddie. 6 is left. Hey, Jenna Gypsy, thank you for being here. Y'all, I'm blown away by that. Like, it had to have happened between when she got dropped off, which was 8:30, and then 12 a.m. And then Jen is talking about the McDonald's story, which was a cover. It makes, I mean, she had to have known. Hurricane said the time of death report is correct, which is why Raggedy Jen's story about what happened when she returned home from work doesn't add up. I mean, that gives them an hour after they were sent to bed. And I might believe that that happened if it wasn't for this McDonald's story that I know was the only reason we talk about McDonald's was so Stefan had a reason to be leaving so early and getting her body out of the house. Sarah said accurate time of death is too hard for taking that long to be found. They can estimate based on insect activity, lividity, which is blood setting starts when the heart stops. Right, and they talk about insect activity. I'm not trying to get graphic, but at the end of the other report, they talk about her hands, like the tips of her fingers, and there was somewhere else there was insect activity going on. So I really think that's an accurate time of death, which would, I mean, in my mind, it implicates that Jen knows more than she's saying, for sure. Teresa, that's possible. I'm not going to highlight it, but I mean, but I don't think that he intentionally would have done this, right? Like, if that's the case, then it was something that was supposed to look like that and accidentally went too far. Hio said, can everybody leave a little DNA on the like button for me, please? Please, if y'all don't mind. Sarah said it's not like the TV shows as far as determining death time. So do you think that it could be, I mean, but for them to put that specific date, like instead, I would think if they thought it was possible for it to be the 26th, it would say February 25th, 2024 through the 26th or possible 26th. You know what I mean?
Left fingernail clippings represented as being from Maddie. 7 is right fingernail clippings represented as being from Maddie. 8 is neck swabs represented as being from Maddie. 8.1 left neck swabs. 8.2 right neck swabs. 9 is a right hand swab represented as being from Maddie. 10 is a left hand swab represented as being from Maddie. 11 is the backdoor hole swab represented as being from Maddie.
Let me just say, I don't know that it was the hole. It says RECTAL. So I would assume. I did want to let y'all know that. Okay.
Continue. Number 12 is the front door swab represented as being from Maddie. 12.1 is hair. 13 is chest, or I'll say boob swabs.
Sarah said, I'm guessing they may have used cell phone data when her cell phone usage stopped. And Inigo said the same thing, and I do want to be fair that could be how they determined it, but why? Like, for this to come from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, when they've done the autopsy, they've sent off this information, they've got the DNA results back, how would they not have an accurate time of death yet? You know what I mean? Like, would I need to look up on Google or something and find out how accurate they can be with time of death with a body that's, I need to find how many days it was she was out there in Florida climate, how accurate they could be. So let me look that up and we'll talk about it. Let's figure that out.
Represented as being from Maddie. 14 is oral swabs represented as being from Maddie. Okay, this is page 104. Now we're going to scroll down. It tells us the file number of the submission. It says item number 3, buccal swabs represented as being from Stephen Stearns. Item number 5, DNA card represented as being from Maddie. Complete DNA profiles were obtained from item 3 and 5, excuse me. So that means they got DNA profile of Stephen from his buccal swabs, and they got a DNA profile of Maddie from her DNA card represented.
Okay, it's gonna it's going to reference these two items, item 3 and 5, okay? Item 3 is buccal results from Stephen Stearns, okay? That's where they got, like, when we saw them collecting all the material from Stephen right as he got arrested, they collected his DNA. And then item number 5 is a DNA card where they pulled DNA from Madeline, who had been outside, you know, when they recovered her body, they pulled DNA. Hey, Veronica. I'm going to read these two, and then we're going to do the Google thing real quick. Miss King of Anything said, I just don't know. I would think it was an accident, except she was strangled, unless he was strangling her during relations and it went too far. Yeah. Saw your video about this last night, and I'm curious about the blood on her body. She had blood almost all over her body, which suggests more violent act that night. Yeah, but a lot of it came from her. So I've got some thoughts on that. I'm going to share this, and we're going to try to figure out this time of death thing real quick. So it was 4 days. Okay. So we're going to ask, how accurate can time of death be for a body that was in Florida during late February for 4 days? Let's see what we got. The time of death for a body is difficult. Hold on, let me make sure y'all can see it, because sometimes. Okay. So it says the time of death for a body is difficult to determine with accuracy because the changes a body undergoes after death are unpredictable and vary widely. However, there are some techniques and observations that can estimate the time of death. Core body temperature, rigor mortis, and eyeballs. So it says a forensic scientist, as core body temperature, a forensic scientist can use a formula to estimate the time of death based on the core body temperature, which decreases in a sigmoid curve the first 24 hours after death. However, the rate at which a body loses heat depends on the environment, the size of the body, and clothing. I think core body temperature would have been gone way before they found her, so I don't think that's going to count. Rigor mortis, the body's stiffness, can indicate how long ago death occurred, but this method is not ideal because the time frame is large and can vary by up to 24 hours. Factors that can impact the onset and timeline of rigor include temperature, illness, and activity before death. I don't think that would work either. The eyeballs become softer after death due to less fluid pressure behind the eyes. However, this method is less common and it's not effective for deaths that occurred more than several days ago. So that tells me nothing. Let's see what this says real quick. Well, I'm not trying to listen to a podcast, sir. It says it's important to note that the estimated time of death can vary greatly from the legal time of death and the psychologic time of death. The only absolute accurate determination of the time of death is the uncommon circumstances in which a person died. With a physician or other skilled medical professional present, the doctor could make the determination and mark the time, and even this is assuming his watch or the clock on the wall is accurate. But that little inaccuracy aside, a death witnessed in this fashion is the only time that the 3 above times of death would correlate with one another. Otherwise, it is impossible to determine the exact time of death unless basically you witnessed it. So let me see what y'all are saying. I'm going to see. Okay, let's try this real quick. Homicide investigations, how to determine time of death. I wanted to see what y'all are saying. Hey, Flora. Hey, Synth. Hey, Zan. Dan said laboratory wouldn't note date of death unless unequivocal. I believe the lab report. I'm leaning that way too. I'm trying to figure out how we've got the date of the 25th. Because again, that's groundbreaking. That only gives from 8:30 when she was dropped off to midnight. And if they went upstairs at 11, that's an hour. But again, my issue is the McDonald's story, because we know that was a bullshit excuse for him to leave early. Hey, Sarah Lee. Hey, Anders. Anders said they can't use the insect in some way. That she did have insects, so I'm thinking that might be what they used. Hypothetically, if one were to write Stearns in jail to catfish him and Uber F with his head, what should one say? Whom should one be? I don't know. Good luck with that. Okay. So this says homicide investigations, how to determine time of death. I'm not going to read all of it. We're just going to read some of it. It's a different story, however, for an unattended death, especially one that might be declared suspicious and when violence clearly took place. In these cases, law enforcement must use a combination of investigative techniques and science to calculate how much time elapsed between the victim taking their last breath and the remains being found. Knowing this figure could be useful when trying to discover the circumstances. We don't really need to know that. An accurate time of death also can help rule out possibility of suspect. Okay, we don't need to know that. While some officers seek clues, but okay. Here we go. Several occupations contribute to homicide investigation. Okay. Yeah, this is what we want. The body always tells a story, especially when the heart stops beating. There's generally a predictable process of shutting down, cooling off, and decaying, which can be used to approximate when time of death took place, whether it's hours, days, or years. In some cases, a basic assessment of body may be required at the scene, and other times it must be taken to the lab for more detailed forensics analysis. Experience and training can help provide, okay, so it says body temperature, degree of rigor mortis, degree of decomposition. That's one thing I think would have worked in this. This isn't necessarily an indicator in more recent deaths, but older deaths may require observation, comparisons in the condition of skin, bones, and organs. Contents of the stomach and digestive system. Eye condition. Immediately after death, pupils become relaxed and dilated and don't react to light. But over time, they contract and any optic fluid would begin to dry. Irises may also change shape. Skin condition with no blood flowing. Skin becomes white and less elastic. Lips may also become dry. Blood pooling, because blood no longer flows and may pull inside areas of the body, especially if the body is at an unusual position. Oral conditions, a relatively new subfield of forensic research, looks at the state and quality of bacteria microbes in the mouth to estimate time of death. Different microorganisms may become more active when a person is no longer walking, talking, eating, and brushing, especially if a body is decomposing. State of trauma. We don't really need that because she was choked. And then insect activity, another developing investigational field in forensic entomology, where the types, amounts, and ages of different types of bugs around or inside the body can give indication of how long it has been in that particular place. That's not gonna, because she was put there that day. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh, I'm about to drop the link. Hold on, let me back up our video. I don't know. Like, I would think if they put it on there, then it means it happened that night. Sorry, I was reading. Veronica said, I've heard that rigor mortis sets in like around 8 hours. Apparently, she was not like that. Meanwhile, the stink was meandering. Yeah. Hey, Flora W. And we know what they had was her favorite foods. If she ate that Danish pastry that morning, Stephen Stearns said she did. We know she didn't. And this, again, the report is saying it's the 25th. Hio said, let's keep chat respectful. Everything is speculation and everyone's able to have an opinion here. It is all speculation and not stated as fact. Please do your research. Yes, this is all speculation. I don't know. I'm going to take it back. We're at 3:20. I just want to look at this real quick again. To put the 25th right here, I'm just like, I don't think, because they got the information on March 13th. This is April 10th. So it's been almost a month later. And for them to put the February 25th, 2024, I feel really confident in saying that she died the night before. And for me, it's the McDonald's story, because again, we know that that was just a BS excuse to get her out the house without anybody seeing. But again, like Hio said, do your own research. I don't know. I'm not a pathologist or a coroner or any of that. I'm just interpreting this piece of paper. Oh, Mayla's mom, good point. I feel like it would have been harder to move her while stiff. So let's see well, I'll ask on my phone and tell you while we watch the video how long it would take for rigor mortis to start setting in. Thomas said they would have been going off stomach contents because she probably ate the last time at her birthday party. And if they're going off stomach contents, then yeah, I would say it could be inaccurate, because the last time she would have ate, she wouldn't be eating in the bed right before she passed. So what if she was killed immediately when the aunt dropped her off by Stefan? Then when Jen arrived, everything that we know for now occurred. It's a possibility. I mean, it's a possibility. Sarah said Jenny, very possible, or incapacitated from substances so she wouldn't fight back during the neck hug. YouTube won't let me post a comment. Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's continue on and we'll talk about the blood and all of that. I'll back it up just a little bit so we can hear everything.
Represented as being from Stefan Stearns. Item number 5, DNA card represented as being from Maddie. Complete DNA profiles were obtained from item 3 and 5, excuse me. So that means they got DNA profile of Stefan from his buccal swabs, and they got a DNA profile of Maddie from her DNA card represented as being from her. Item number 4 is a member swab represented as being from Stefan Stearns. They say Stefan Stearns, item number 3, is expected to be a donor to item number 4. No DNA results foreign to Stefan Stearns were obtained from item number 4. So they're saying item number 3, which was the buccal swab, is expected to be a donor of the DNA that they got from the member swabs. And that from those 2 swabs, they didn't get any DNA that was foreign to Stefan, which they wouldn't. They're his buccal swabs and his member swab, okay?
Okay, so they're saying that item number 4 was the penile swab from Stefan, and they're saying that there was no foreign DNA on his member. Okay, so, and they're saying that what is it? How do they say it? The donor to the DNA that was on his penile area came from his buccal swabs. Okay, so that makes sense, right? They're his buccal swabs. It's his member. If he had, okay, this is going to be a hard subject to talk about. This is going to be a hard live. I don't know how else to say these things other than to say them. So if you are easily triggered, maybe come back later. Because I've got to get kind of graphic here, and I don't really have another option. So basically, his member did not have any of Maddie's DNA on it. Okay, I don't know how else to say that. It had just his DNA. Okay, which is normal. He probably took a shower, wiped it off. I don't know. Okay, so that's what was on his member.
Item number 6 is left fingernail clippings represented as being from Madeline. They said using a color change test, item 6 failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood. So that means under Maddie's left fingernail, the clippings that they got from them, there was no blood.
Okay, so, and they're going to reference the DNA donor to, like, the clippings and things came from item number 5, which is her DNA card. Now, I don't know if that means like the DNA and blood under her fingernails, like when they do in a minute find it, if it means that it's her blood, or if they're like saying, okay, the left fingernail clippings, like we clip the left fingernails, so the DNA from the fingernail clippings is Maddie, and then what's underneath is not. Like, I don't really know how to read it, but for now, her left fingernail clippings did not have blood on. So under her left fingers, there was no blood under her fingernails on her left hand. Okay. Bazard said, that's interesting. So unless he bleached the hell out of his member, there's no Maddie DNA. Yeah. I mean, I would think there would be DNA from her on there, but there's not. So, I mean, can you wash it all off in the shower? I don't know.
Okay. This is marked out. I don't know what it is. And it says item number 5. What I would assume Maddie, but I'm not sure. It says item number 5 is expected to be a donor to item number 6. No DNA results foreign from Maddie were obtained from item number 6.
Okay, so that's saying Maddie's DNA card is a donor to the left fingernail clippings. Okay, so no DNA results foreign to Maddie were observed. Okay, so it's just Maddie's DNA, and I don't know if they mean in her fingernails or under her fingernails. Somebody would have to tell me that. I don't know.
So they're saying Maddie's DNA card is expected to be a donor to the DNA of her left fingernail clippings, and no DNA that was foreign from Maddie was found in those 2 places.
Okay, so Jenny Jen said maybe if she scratched him with her right hand, that's where the blood is from. That's what I'm thinking, but it doesn't tell us who the other DNA is, and we haven't got there. We're gonna get there in a second. But I want to know who the other DNA is. I'm wondering if it's Jen or Stefan. And we might figure it out by continuing to listen to this with you guys here. You guys let me know what you think. I don't know.
Item number 7 is right fingernail clippings represented as being from Maddie. Using a color change test, item number 7 gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. That means there was blood under her right fingernail clippings. Is blacked out. Item number 5 is expected to be a donor to item number 7. No DNA results foreign to Maddie were obtained from item number 7. Okay.
Okay, so I think that means it's her blood under her fingernails. Okay, because it said no DNA foreign to her was found under them. So that tells me it's her blood under her fingernails. And I mean, I'm going to talk about it in a minute, and it's going to be hard to talk about, but I have a theory for that too. Flora said they had plenty of time to clean Maddie and themselves before they faked up the story of her being missing. Why didn't they charge Jen with making a false police report? I mean, they ain't charged her with a lot of things that I have questions about. I don't think there was any essay that night. I think Maddie stood up to him and said no more on the phone at grandma's, and he lost it. Very possible. I hope that's what it was.
Okay, so item number 5 was the DNA card represented as being from Maddie, and they're saying that no DNA results foreign from Maddie were obtained from item number 7, so we're going to assume it was her blood. Item 8.1 is a left neck swab as represented as being.
My husband just came in and told me it's snowing. So it is snowing, Mayla's mom. I said it's not snowing here, and I was mad earlier. Well, now it's snowing, and the kids are outside. They are so happy. Okay, sorry, back to this.
Being from Maddie, and item 8.2 is a right neck swab represented as being from Maddie. Using a color change test, item 8.1 and 8.2 gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. That means there was blood around.
So there was blood around her neck. Okay, now let's think about the dog leash. Okay, if the dog leash that he used to hold her up in the car and keep her head kind of, because we know she was slumped over with her mouth agape, right? So if he's using a dog leash around her neck to hold her up, then if you're not, your body's going to move more, like all the weight of her upper body is on that leash around her neck. So it probably cut her and made her, like, the blood, like there would be blood on the dog leash and blood around her neck, and there's probably marks around her neck where that dog leash was holding her up. So if I had to guess, I would say it happened after death, but I don't know if you would necessarily bleed after death. And if so, like, would it be immediately after death and then you wouldn't bleed? Like, is there a time frame of when you would bleed if you were scratched or something after death? In order, like, did it necessarily have to be blood flowing, or could it be like where the dog leash would have rubbed her neck and be bleeding? I don't know. Veronica, okay, hold on. Artemis Prime, yeah, but we figured out some things. You might want to back up and play it on 2x if you didn't, because we're talking about, we're knee deep in some things. Veronica said if he did use the dog leash, it would appear in the report, right? Well, what report? Do we have that report? Would it be the report that, like, we don't have but is mentioned in court, right? Because we'll find out in court. If she was choked, I'm assuming, Jenny Jen said if she was choked, I'm only assuming blood would come out afterwards. Possibly. Sarah said, have we discussed the hypothesis that Maddie started blackmailing him and that was his motive? No, we haven't, and that's a possibility. Hey, Gemini, I believe it happened earlier, like 9. I don't know, man. Maybe she scratched her neck trying to pull his hands off. Possibly. That's a possibility, Sue Joy. That's why I like getting together with my family here, because we can figure some things out. All right, let's continue.
Around her neck. It's blacked out. Item number 5 is expected to be a donor to item 8.1 and 8.2. No DNA results foreign to Maddie were obtained from item 8.1 and 8.2. So item number 5 again is the DNA card represented.
Okay. Zayed said, but why blood on her hands if the blood is after death due to leash on neck? Okay. We haven't got there yet, but this is my thought process when I heard it, okay? And again, it's going to be, I don't mean to trigger anybody or gross you out. I'm probably going to gross you out a little bit, but I'm not, it's not my intention, okay? They find blood under her fingernails on her right hand, and then they find it basically in her private area, the front door and the back door, okay? If she had started her period, that could explain that, because when women bleed, like there's blood down there, and then when you go to change whatever you're using to absorb the blood, you could get blood on your hands, and you wash your hands, and that might leave blood under your fingernails. So that's what I'm thinking. That's what I came up with that, and that would mean she wasn't pregnant. So that's what I thought of when it came to that. Now they're going to talk about a mixture of DNA being on her hands and on her chest. That I can't explain. I don't know. And in her mouth.
It is being from Maddie.
Yep.
It says that that's expected to be a donor to item 8.1 and 8.2. I don't know if they mean like her neck, like obviously it's her neck, right? When they go back saying it's a donor to item number 7, like it's her fingernail clippings, not necessarily what was under them came from her. I'm not sure how to read that. You guys can let me know. But anyway, going back to that, it said it gave the chemical indications for the presence of blood. And then it says no
Lisa is me said it could be just minute traces of blood, and I think it is. Sarah said the period blood has different components. They would test that. Yes, I certainly believe that, but would they put the results in here? Like, would it state specifically in this paper that we have that it is that kind of blood, or would it just say blood? Excuse me. And it could be. Alyssa, I don't know if I've seen you, but hello. I see people are responding to you, and I think I've missed some of your comments. I was looking because I saw Hio agreed with you, but I'm not seeing Alyssa on my side. I don't know. Yeah, I think there could have possibly been blood on the bedding as well. Hold on, y'all. I'm sorry.
DNA results foreign to Maddie were obtained from items 8.1 and 8.2, which would be, I assume, her neck. So maybe it was her blood on her neck. Item number 9, right hand swabs represented as being from Maddie. Using a color change test, item number 9 gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. It's blacked out. Item number 5 is expected to be a donor to item number 9. DNA results foreign to Maddie were obtained from item number 9.
Okay, and it goes down where it's hard to read here. If you guys want to see the actual page, I'll try to pull it up so y'all can see it. If y'all need to see that part, I tried to like move it to where I made the video bigger so you guys could actually read it, but I didn't realize that y'all couldn't see the bottom of this paper in this spot. If y'all want to see it to verify it, I can pull the document up and show you the paper. Otherwise, I'm just going to leave it like this. Sarah says it has endometrial cells, stem cells, hormones, etc. I hope they'd indicate that on the report, but I don't know if the blood would be too broken down by then. Good question and good point. Or the composition thing, the constipation thing could be a lie, and they were saying that because there was an anticipation that there would be anal trauma discovered at some point. That's possible too. I hope they televise the trial too. I can see you, Mayla's mom. I'm sorry if I missed your comments. Hello, Pamela. If she was deceased when he had the leash holding her up, she wouldn't be bleeding. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. Like, would it have rubbed her skin to where blood would be present on her neck? So if she wouldn't be bleeding, then I would assume it's scratch marks where she's scratching him and trying to get his hands, or her if it was Jen, her hands off of her neck. Yeah, YouTube is being wonky. Oh, you can just call me allegedly. I'm allegedly, and I'm allegedly speculating. Okay. Continuing on. Okay, so I'm going to back that up. I think this is where we talk about the blood on the hands. Sorry about that.
Change test. Item number 9 gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. It's blacked out. Item number 5 is expected to be a donor. To item number 9, DNA results foreign to Maddie were obtained from item number 9. Due to the limited nature of these results, the data is not interpretable. So,
okay, Hio, I don't know how to slow chat. Yeah, I don't know how to slow chat. Misty Mo, thank you for being here. Says we should deep dive into the photos of the condo. I think Jen and her had a fight in Jen Sutter's room. Thus, Stephen Stearns using the drill to fix something. That's a possibility. No one's erasing them though. Okay. Tell me on Discord how to slow it. I don't know how. Trying to figure it out. No, that's to edit the stream. Okay, I'm going to continue on. I'm sorry. I'm going to drop the link real quick in case anybody wants to come up, and then we'll continue on. Hey, Cozy Constellation. I'm going to have to figure out how to do these things. I'm sorry. Hey, Rachel, real quick. I think Maddie fought back and was trying to pull Steppenstern's hands away from her neck. Something happened in the conversation before he left his parents' house. I think so, too. Hey, Dusty Pear. Thank you for keeping Madeline Soto's name out there. Jen is a joke of a mother. Lock her up already, Florida. Yeah, I wish they would because regardless, she's neglectful and lied to the police. Okay, sorry. So item number 9 is her right hand. And there was blood on her right hand. And it said, item number 5 is expected to be a donor to item number 9. So her DNA card was a donor to the right hand swab. And there's DNA results foreign to her was obtained from her hands. So basically, somebody else's DNA was on her hands. So that's saying item number 5 was a donor to her right hand. Oh, and they did determine the presence of blood. See, I have a big thing about clickbait, and I was like, in order to make the thumbnail like I did, I was like, when I heard, like, oh my God, there is blood on her hand and it was somebody else's DNA. Like, that's insane. So whose blood is on her hand and whose DNA is it? Is it Jen's or is it Stefan's? Sarah Lee. Hold on. Hey, Sarah Lee. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. How are you this morning?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good. Hold on. I got to turn down. I have it streaming through my TV. It's got an echo. Hold on. Let me go turn that down.
Okay, honey. I'm going to play the video. Just let me know if you want me to pause it.
Right on.
Sue Joy said, could she have been so medicated that the leash could have broken her hyoid bone? Oh, not sure. Heard it was only the right hyoid bone. Speculating. I have heard it was only the right hyoid bone. I can't say that correctly. And if we say, if that's the only thing holding her upper body up, and you think about like the weight of your head, if you think of the weight, and I'm not trying to be graphic here, but I don't know how else to explain it. Like that one leash around her neck holding up all of her upper body while you're driving and turning curves and things like that. I wonder if it is possible that the leash is what broke her neck. I mean, I think it could be. Absolutely. Thank you, Sue Joy, for pointing that out because, yeah, I think it definitely could be what broke her hyoid bone. And that would mean that there's possibility of something else going on, like something more like a fight, like you guys have said.
Hey, real quick, I have a question. Does
Okay.
the report say anything about lividity on the neck?
No. This is all I had. Like, this is all of this, but actually, when we get done looking at this video, we will see what comes after this. And if it mentions anything else about it, I don't think it does, but we can definitely check that in the document because I stopped here when I read this because I'm putting out another video reading the homicide indictment. And when I read this, I stopped and made another video, which was this video that I put out. So I haven't gone past this. So we can definitely check and see.
Okay. I'm interested in lividity marks. I'm sure she'll have, lividity marks in different stages of rigor mortis in the autopsy report, but I'm curious to see where they're at.
Right.
Where
Me
they're
too.
most pronounced.
Yeah, me too. And I don't think they'll put out, I don't know, because from what I understand, because she's a minor in the state of Florida, the only way her autopsy would get out is if the parents put it out. So I don't think that this would have the autopsy reports in it, but it had this. So I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
That's interesting. I mean, I get it though. I get why they do that, but I don't.
Yeah.
Well, I think the autopsy report will come out at trial
Oh, yeah,
for
absolutely.
sure.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah. Good question.
And DNA results that were not Maddie's were obtained from her right hand swab. Okay. So somebody else's DNA was on her right hand. Item number 10 is left hand swabs represented as being from Maddie. Using a color change test, item 10 gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. So there was blood on her left hand, and going back to the right hand, there was blood on her right hand as well. I don't know if I said that. I apologize if I did.
Artemis, I don't think so. I think that for the hyoid bone to be broken, you would have to have pressure around the actual neck, not necessarily something going down the throat. Real quick, Veronica said 31 steps must have been the potato going to her car. Very few steps because she always parked right outside of her house in the handicap space. Hio said typically included in comprehensive autopsy reports, which may not be publicly released due to privacy considerations and the ongoing nature of legal proceedings. We may not get to know for a while. Yeah, I'm hoping that we don't have to wait till trial, but probably. Hey, Cozy Constellations. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are
That's
you?
awesome. I'm good. I'm doing a lot better than I was. You know, like the first day you get sick, you feel awful, and then you're usually okay after that. Okay, continuing on.
So to item number 10, again, left hand swabs represented as being from Maddie. Using a color change test, item number 10 gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. The DNA results obtained from item number 10 demonstrated the presence of a mixture. Is blacked out. Item number 5 is expected to be a donor to item 10 and is observed in the mixture. DNA results foreign to Maddie were obtained from item number 10. Due to the limited nature of these results, the data is not interpretable.
Okay, so she had blood on both of her hands, and some of it was hers. Okay, she had blood on both of her hands, and there's DNA on both of her hands, which I would assume, let me say that, I would assume the DNA is coming from the blood. And it's on both of her hands, the swabs they took from her hands, and it's a mixture of DNA. So one being her blood and then somebody else's. Who else's was it?
You know what
Was
I was
it Jennifer's?
thinking?
What?
Like, just right. Maybe she just came from her birthday party, right? So she would have like hugged a bunch of people,
Right.
and so she could have like someone, I don't know, right? I'm just like
No,
spitballing.
yeah.
She could have somebody's, because like the DNA isn't just blood, right? Like a skin cell or
Right.
two or whatever, right, can give you DNA, and if she got home and didn't even have time to take a shower because what's his face arrived like 5 seconds after she got home. You know what I mean? Like maybe some of that DNA, that strange DNA that's on like on her hands, not blood related, of course, could be just from her touching her relatives because she hugged people, right? Shook hands and whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
Oh, I wish we knew more.
right. That's accurate though. It definitely could be. It could be foreign DNA from where she hugged somebody.
You know,
Um,
because like
real
if
quick,
it's not her mom or whatever, and if it's not Stinky, you know, like she hugged a bunch of people.
right. Sarah, go ahead.
sorry, real quick. Okay, so they're talking about using um, chemical, and then a reaction on her hands to that they're seeing the blood. So they're using a type of luminol, right?
I don't know. Whatever they test for, what they swabbed her hands. Like these are all
Right.
swabs, and then they're going to cut off a piece of the tissue paper and they put it in something in this machine and it shakes it. I don't know, and they get DNA.
Okay, so it's not like a visible blood. It's I guess they're using, because I'm thinking luminol, because that's kind of what it sounds like, or type of luminol. But that's used, when there's not, you can't see the blood, but you can spray it and then it reacts with whatever, because blood had been there.
Right.
So that makes me think. Weren't we talking about? Was that here? We were talking about the cleanup that he cleaned her up, possibly.
Oh no, I haven't discussed that. I don't know if he cleaned her up or not.
Maybe that was
Because
a
I mean,
conversation I had in
they
my
have
head. It's very possible.
You're good.
like they use different kinds of reagents for different things in labs. You know, if they're looking for proteins and like bacteria. I mean, I don't know, right? I had a student who was a
Well,
lab tech. She was a biologist, but they have a lot of different kind of reagents depending what they're looking for. So like
right.
maybe it's not luminol. If it's I don't know because what we see on CSI, they spray it like the room lights up if there has been blood everywhere. But if it's
Right.
like a small like a drop of blood that you know what I mean, like you could
Well,
have a teeny tiny little bit on you that isn't really visible. I don't know. I wish we knew. Damn it.
right. Yeah. The report doesn't tell us if it was visible or not. It just tells us that they did a chemical that it says using a color change test, item number 8.1 and 8.2 gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. I would assume that it wasn't visible, but I don't know. It could have been visible because as a coroner or a technician, like you see a red substance and of course we all assume it's blood, but you have to test
Yeah.
it and say, this is definitively blood. Here's the proof. You know what I mean? So I don't
Yeah.
know if it was blood like visible or not.
Yeah, and what you said about like menstruation. Yeah, like if she did get it, and you might get some in your hand if you're not,
Well, yeah, that because they
you
said it
know,
was on her back door
that
and
makes
front
sense.
door and under her right fingernails. And if you think about like she writes with her right hand, I'm assuming. So like most things you do with your right hand. So if you're changing
Yeah.
out your pad or something, you might get a little bit of blood under your fingernails. I think that's
Yeah.
where that came from. But on her
And if she
palm,
didn't,
it being mixed
yeah.
is different.
And you just said there was none of her DNA on him, right? Because I was thinking, obviously he, you know,
Cleaned
did
itself.
stuff to her.
Yeah. Well, if the essay happened that night, like somebody else said, he could have she could have said no and fought back, and that could have been the reason everything happened. I
Yeah.
don't know if he could clean like he had 4 or 5 days. No, he got arrested the 29th. So it was a
That's like 2
26,
days later.
27, 28, 20, yeah, about 4 days later. So if he had taken a shower and like scrubbed really good, would her DNA still be present there 4 days later? You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
And like, we know that in prison he is not a fan of taking showers, but
It's
remember
a
that jail report where he refused a bunch of showers, but I mean that's a different situation.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, and he does we call
Question
him
how well he cleans himself.
Stinky Magoo for that reason, right? But
Yeah.
if he just committed a crime and there's, of course he's going to take a shower and try to get rid of the evidence.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Now, like there's the blood on her hands being a mix between somebody and they say blood was in her mouth. is definitely not that. Now, again, let me state, I don't know that it was menstrual blood that they found on the front door, back door, and under her fingernails. They just take
Yeah,
blood.
yeah.
I was just trying to say, well, like, because I try to look at things from all angles. So I'm saying, well, it's possible that she could have started. I mean, that would explain that for me. Now, I can't explain on her hands, on her neck, and in her mouth. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And like if she was strangulated, a lot of times when that happens to people, they end up biting, like when they're fighting back, they end up biting their own like cheek and tongue, you
Yep.
know?
Yep.
Like I was just watching again, you know how some cases will stick with you, like the Chris Watts and uh, one of the little girls, the second one, he had to do her twice, and she
What?
had like bit her. Yeah, like Chris Watts, when he offed his family, he uh suffocated, smothered the two little girls. And the second one, she saw what was happening, and he had to do her twice because she didn't die the first time.
Oh,
And
yeah.
because she was struggling, and she had like mouth blood in her mouth, and she had bitten the inside of her mouth. So in the struggle,
Oh,
so
yeah. Yeah.
so maybe that's why that makes me think of why maybe possibly Maddie has blood in
Yeah.
her mouth,
Right.
you
Because
know?
it did say that it was her blood. So that makes sense that she bit her
Yeah.
cheeks trying to fight back or something. Yeah. Um, Real quick, Basil is in the kitchen right now. We got back from the store and I got him some parsley and cilantro. So he's in there eating up. All right. I'm going to play this.
Continuing on, item number 11 is RECTAL or backdoor swabs represented as being from Maddie. Using a color change test, item number 11 gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. Possible hairs were observed on item number 11, but were not removed or examined. So there was possible hairs on the backdoor swab, and there was blood.
Now,
It's
I'm thinking that there might have been possible hairs back there, but if they're attached, like if they're attached to her, if it's obvious that it's her hair, then they're not going to test it. I think otherwise they would have tested it to see whose DNA it was. But I'm thinking that the hairs were attached, so it was obviously her hair. Not to be again graphic. Sorry.
It's blacked out. Item number 5 is expected to be a donor to item number 11. That means that there was DNA. I'm assuming it's Maddie's DNA or Maddie's rectal swab, I would guess. No DNA results foreign to Maddie were obtained from item number 11. Item number 12 is front door or vaginal swabs represented as being from Maddie. Using a color change test, item 12 gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. It's blacked out. Item number 5 is expected to be a donor to item number 12. No DNA results foreign to Maddie were obtained from item number 12.
Okay, so again, stating that it's her blood. Lemon Lime, this came from the 896-page homicide indictment that I have, and we're going to look at it in just a second. I see that some of you are saying you're trying to be respectful, and I appreciate that. It's hard to say the things we're trying to say and figure out the things we're trying to figure out, like without saying some stuff that could be a little graphic, I would say. So I appreciate that, but yeah, it's hard. We do need to talk about it. I've always thought he may have filmed it at the end. If it didn't happen during the CSA, it's possible. Mary, Bad Girl, and Lemon Lime, Mary Lou. I saw a couple of you came in. Thank you for being here.
So that means there was blood, but it was hers. And again, on the back door, there was blood, but it was hers. Item number 12.1 is a hair collected from the vaginal swabs or the front door swabs. A possible hair observed on item number 12 was examined using microscopy. However, this hair was not suitable for STR DNA analysis and was returned to the original package.
Okay, so that tells me that that hair probably was not attached to the body and came from somebody else. And they tested it, but I guess didn't get any hairs. What did it say?
Hair collected from vaginal swab. A possible hair observed on item number 12 was examined using microscopy. However, this hair was not suitable for STR-DNA analysis and was returned to the original package. So that tells me that that was a hair that was sitting there, and that it's not suitable for testing for whatever reason, and so they put it back in the package. But that's what makes me think the other hairs were attached, because they didn't remove them or test them, because if you saw the hair attached, you would know that it's obviously her hair. That one was different. I'd love to know the result of that.
You can apparently you can only get the DNA from a hair if it has that follicle on the end. If it's pulled out, like you can't just cut a piece of hair.
Right.
You know how when you pull out a hair and it has a little bulb in the end, that like the little follicle?
Right.
Well, maybe
Yeah,
that's
you have to have the root.
Right.
Yeah. And the root shrivels up. So, like, we watch way too much true crime, because, like, I'm not a lab technician. How do I know this stuff, But, like, that bulb can shrivel up. So, if I'm not mistaken, if I could be misremembering. But, like, if it's a hair that's pulled out and it's kind of, like, fresh, but if it's been sitting there for, like, I don't know how long, like, it can shrivel up and not be usable. But anyways, whatever, Just
Yeah. Hey, Bazzard or Buzzard, it's good to see you.
Yeah, it's Bazzard. How's everyone doing today?
Good. How about you?
Good. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I know this is like my personal theory with what's we're going over with the analysis, and I feel that with these unknown errors, is it possible that there was someone else other than Jen and Steph? Well, especially Stefan at the townhouse.
Okay. You think so?
It just seems strange. Like, unless they're holding off whose DNA is possible could be these other hair or fibers that they found. To me, it sounds like that's like from my theory that maybe someone else was there. Because I think I mentioned a few days ago that theory of mine that I've been hearing from other people is that it seems like Stefan was making money off of this child material, and is it possible that other people were involved, either visiting the I keep saying I always say the apartment, townhouse.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm kind of leaning at.
Well, to go further into your theory, I would think if it was from Stefan, then it would say, like the other ones do, DNA, this DNA is donor to, and it would go back to item number, I think it's 3, which was the buccal swab. So DNA, the donor of this DNA was item number 3, which is Stefan's buccal swabs, and it doesn't say that. So there is a possibility that it's not Stefan or Jen's. So absolutely, yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
question.
I'm sorry, it's pronounced buckle.
But okay, thank you, because I don't know. So thank you for telling me. It's
I'm a
buckle.
teacher, so I try to like contain myself from correcting people. But
No, you're good.
But buccal sounds like it would be more correct than buckle. Buckle sounds weird, like buckle from your shoe, right? But
Right.
the roommates said that they didn't see anybody.
Okay.
Well, did they test that hair?
They
I interpreted it that they didn't test the hair if they returned it to the package.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that they tested it. So
I think it's dog hair. I know that sounds crazy, but to have one little hair on your underwear from your pet, like it can happen.
Absolutely.
And that would make sense why they didn't test it.
Yeah.
That's possible.
Yep, absolutely.
Because cat hair and dog hair gets on everything.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
You find it in the weirdest places.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ain't that the truth?
Hio said the publicly available reports on the tragic death of 13-year-old Madeline Soto indicate that the Orange County medical examiner determined her cause of death to be strangulation. So we know for a fact it was strangulation. Thank you for that, for bringing me that, or letting me know that. So that would rule out like a physical altercation for the most part from Jen. Now that doesn't rule her out as having strangled her, but it does explain, like, definitely it could be why the hyoid bone was broken and the marks where she's like scratching her neck and there was blood there, for me.
Yeah, to get his hands off her. I am not a defender of Jen at all. I can't imagine her actually participating in the violence.
You don't think so? I mean,
I think she's too lazy
for
that.
Very conniving and like sly.
I think, yeah.
I mean, she's yeah, she's definitely malingering, pretending to be like way off, way worse than she is. Like she has a handicap sticker in her car. Like, bitch, you're not handicapped. What are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, and yeah, she, you know, she's we. I think that's, I don't know, a general consensus. Like she's pretending to be way worse off than she is because she's
I
just
think that
lazy,
she's
you know. And she's
yeah.
definitely covering for him. And she's like, oh, at one of her interviews, she said like, I just let him do whatever he wants. I don't question him. Like, yeah,
Right.
yeah. Clearly, she said that to the cops because he's like, didn't you think anything that he said was suspicious? She's like, no, I just believe the entire story because me and sleep, like, you know what I mean?
I think
Mm-hmm.
that
I don't know why.
I think if you got her in private, she would be a completely different person than what she portrays herself as. I think she's very conniving. I think she's very intelligent. And I think that when you actually get to know her in person, she's completely different than what we've all seen.
Hey
I think she's
guys,
intelligent
not
and
to interrupt real quick. My son and his little friend want to go sledding, and I think I'm going to join them. So I'm going to hop off of here and
yeah,
go
have
touch
fun.
grass
Stay
or touch
safe.
snow
Enjoy
and go
Yeah.
yourself.
sledding.
Awesome.
But thank you for having me though, and I'll catch it on the replay definitely.
Okay, thank you. I hope you enjoy yourself. Have fun.
Me
That's so
too.
sweet.
It's gonna be
Aw.
cold, but I'm down for it.
That's super sweet.
All right,
Thank
thanks
you
guys.
for
Have a good one.
Yeah, you
Here.
too. Thank you.
Bye.
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 Like, I don't agree that she's smart. I think Stinky is smarter than her, but she definitely is puts on this act like she's innocent and like, oh, I'm this hyper vigilant mom. I looked for all the signs. I never saw any signs. Everything was perfectly fine. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't call
Yeah.
her smart.
Now, what do you ladies think that? I think I was say a few days ago, because I just recently started following your leg, and I was trying to post a super chat. And I don't know why I was acting up, but I was going to ask: is it possible that it looks like the family, Jen's family, had an inkling of some weirdness going on, or just they had, of course, they didn't like Stinky, and
Yeah.
I was gonna say in the super chat, what if they knew something was going on, but for whatever reason they just never really stood up more to Jen, especially either her mother or her sisters? Because I'm trying to remember, it was another YouTuber, maybe it was Gersh or some other ones that have been talking about this case, and they're just saying how I think it was Gersh. I think it was a video where it was showing how they kept looking at Jen when they had that initial body cam at her mom's job, and it seemed
Uh-huh.
like all her is just they would stare at her when she did something weird, and he was just kind of, I think he was going that route where it
It
was
was a
like,
weird vibe.
yeah, they knew that this has been just like you were saying how she's fly and all that, and that's like, what do you guys think? Like, do you think that their like her family knew something was going on, or they actually maybe had proof, but they couldn't, like, for whatever reason, go out and try to do something about it?
I think that they didn't like the decisions that Jen was making, and I think they absolutely didn't like Stefan, and I think
Yeah,
Madeline
because
went
he
over
wasn't
there
invited.
and maybe felt comfortable and told them some things. However, I don't think for a second they would have known about the sexual abuse or anything like that because I mean, you can't tell me like, okay, let's say Jen knew and she's a excuse my French, but a fucked up individual, okay? You can't tell me that everybody else surrounding her is also a fucked up individual unless you want
Right,
to like go into inbred families of Appalachia or something like that,
right.
then yeah, you get that there, but not I don't see that in this situation. I think they didn't like decisions that were being made, and I think they didn't like Stefan, and I think they were irritated when they told them that, like, you know, Maddie forgot her cell phone. I think they picked up on some things and thought something was fishy, but I don't think that they would have ever thought it would have been like the essay and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Personally.
I think,
yeah,
you know, when you get a vibe and you're just like, because her mother didn't like him, you know, that's why he wasn't
exactly.
invited to her party, you know, and he had been a fixture in their life, in their lives for like 7 years. So why wouldn't you invite this guy that's like, let's say, from looking from the outside in, you know, a boyfriend, an ex-boyfriend, like a very close friend of the family, like you don't invite him. So they definitely didn't like him. They definitely felt it was off. But you know what I mean? One of the roommates in her police interviews, she the one that speaks like good English, like not the one that the one that had to be translated. I forgot her name, but whatever. She did mention how she said to Jen that she thought it was weird the way the situation with Stinky at home and Maddie. I don't know if she mentioned like them sleeping in the room together because it happened all the time, right? Like
Well,
5 out of 7 days of the week. Oh, when
the
school,
theory.
she had school 5 days a night. You know what I mean? But she did
Mhm.
mention something to Jen about it, finding it weird, whatever the situation was.
That
And
they were
apparently,
playing video
according to
games.
her, yeah,
Right.
the situation,
Yep.
because I mean, if you just see someone playing video games with a kid, you're like, oh, that's nice. But we have intuition, and intuition is a kind of intelligence. And a lot of men say like, oh, women are just hysterical and whatever. But like intuition is we're picking up on signs that are subtle, and us and we women, a lot of people are just taught to like ignore it, or we think it's like not important or whatever, so we just,
Right.
oh, I got like a weird vibe, but like whatever. And I always tell people like, listen to that vibe, that feeling that you get in
The
your
gut
gut, it's
instinct.
there for a
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah.
You're picking up on something, so
Mhm.
like, I think if she thought that it was completely innocent, she wouldn't have said anything to Jen. Oh, so cute. She's like her dad. They're playing video games together. You know what I mean? So she had mentioned something to Jen, and Jen was like, thank you. Apparently, according to the roommate, that was Jen's reaction. Oh,
Yeah.
thanks.
Oh
It's
my
okay.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I bet, I am 100% sure, allegedly speculating, that the family felt something was weird. Because
Mhm.
Yeah.
he wasn't invited. Why wouldn't he be invited? He is a close friend of the family for 7 years. But I don't think they thought it was that bad. I think they just like, this guy's a loser. He's a deadbeat. When they're together, they just bring out the worst in each other. So maybe, I don't think they would have allowed. I don't know. I think that if they actually thought there was something going on and
Right.
confused, that they would have stepped in. I
I
think.
just saw.
I want to think.
Yeah.
I just also brought up the Disney woman that he was seeing for a hot minute, and yeah, that I feel like maybe she's probably right now that we know of the only other person that could have like knew like, hey, he was saying some bizarre stuff with his little like his ex girlfriend's little daughter. That was I don't know who brought that up, but I just saw that right quick. That she might be the only person that we know of right now that
Yeah.
probably knew a little bit more that something was going on than anyone else, other than of course again.
What I could hardly hear you. What were you talking about? The ex-girlfriend? The ex-girlfriend doesn't have a daughter. She's got nieces and nephews.
No, I'm sorry, it must have been my headphones. The ex
You're fine.
woman he was seeing from Disney, she mentioned that he was telling her a little bit more bizarre stuff that he was with Maddie when
Oh,
broken up with Jen. I don't know how long ago that was between that when that happened, but I
yeah.
was just saying I feel like she might be, unless there's anyone else or Jen herself, which is a possibility, a high possibility that something was going on or just some weird bizarreness was going on.
Right. Yeah. I think it would be them. Hey, Sarah. Good to see you, love.
And
Good to see
it's really
y'all.
hard. Oh, sorry.
You
I didn't see
okay?
you popped up. It's really hard to go up and tell someone like, oh yeah, hey, by the way, I think your husband's gay, or oh, your wife is cheating on you. Oh, I think this person is doing something to your child. You know what I mean? Like, it's really
Yeah,
hard for us to,
Yeah.
and you don't want to say something stupid. When like when a friend of yours is complaining about their boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, and then like you're like, yeah, and then they break up, and then you're like, yeah, they're crap, and they get back together, and then you're like, oh, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
it's hard for us to say stuff like that, and unless you're like have absolute proof,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
true. That's true.
I kind of wish we did do that. It would I kind of wish people would be like, yeah, by the way, your husband's gay, like your girlfriend, she's cheating on you, because
Right.
you know what I mean. But I think a lot of times people just like, we feel weird stuff, and maybe they did feel something, and they told Jen, and she was like, oh yeah, no, everything's okay, thanks. Like, she's like her stepdad. Because you know
Yeah.
how Jen loves to pretend they're a happy little family. Oh, we like to we're watching old 80s movies with her. Like, yeah, that's what you should be doing instead of homework. You should be doing homework with her.
Slip your ass.
You know what?
Like
Yeah,
I was,
yeah.
yeah. I'm a
I
'90s
mean,
kid. So it's like, yeah,
yeah,
I
me
remember.
too. 80s movies and
Uh,
90s movies, yes. But first, do your homework. Make sure your kid can read, because she could barely read.
exactly.
You know what I mean? So like, she's
Okay.
always get like, oh, we did this and we do that. and maybe they did say something, but she's like, no, everything's fine, we're all good.
Okay, I don't know
No.
about Maddie being. I don't know if you were talking about her being barely able to read, but I haven't heard that, so I just want to put that out there.
Oh, I mean, I just exaggerated because she
Oh,
was
okay.
doing really bad in school.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
just me like using an exaggeration because she did really bad in school, and probably because the trauma, she knew what was going on, you know.
Right.
But yeah, go watch movies with your kid. No, sit down and do homework with them.
Right. Sarah,
But anyways,
thank you for coming up.
Hey, it's good to be here. I
Yeah.
don't get to visit too much. I mean, you can usually be in chat, but I don't get to come up too much because you're usually on while I'm at work. So I was like, why don't I come up? Because I'm typing a lot in chat. So my voice actually is a little bit easier to use.
Yeah. All right. I was just typing in back chat. Cozy, I didn't mean to sound aggressive to you if I did. I wasn't trying to be rude.
oh no, not at all.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna play.
because I get carried away.
You're good. I'm gonna play the video, and then if y'all want me to pause, just let me know. Just say stop, and I'll stop it real quick.
Right.
Another possible hair was observed on item number 12, but was not removed or examined. Item number 13 is chest or BREAST, boob swabs represented as being from Maddie. Using a color change test, item 13 failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood. There was no blood on her chest. The DNA results obtained from item number 13 demonstrate the presence of a mixture. So there's a mixture of DNA on her chest. It's blacked out. Item number 5 is expected to be
Okay, so and it says item number 5 is expected to be a donor to some of what's in the mixture. So it's her DNA on her chest and somebody else's DNA on her chest. Now, there's a couple possible scenarios. One of them I don't know. Like if you think about like if they're making a movie, how somebody's DNA can get on your chest, and I'm going to leave it like that because I don't really want to think. I think more along the lines of she was like if whoever carried her out would have thrown them over their shoulder. I would think if you were carrying a body outside of the house to put in the car, I would think you would put it over your shoulder and then carry it to the car. So I would think that's where the other DNA came from, if I'm just speculating.
Or
Yeah,
maybe
I
he
would.
like touched her after she was gone.
Yeah, I would think either carrier like a baby or over the shoulder. It depends on upper body strength and everything like that. Like my dad is a retired firefighter and EMT, so I was taught kind of how to do the fireman carry kind of thing. So if I, when my daughter was younger and she was having a tantrum, and sometimes, you kind of, when your little one's having a tantrum, you just kind of pick them up and remove them from where you guys
Right.
are at the moment and take them to like a quiet place or whatever if you're in public. But,
Right.
I would kind of pick her up and put her over my shoulder and remove her because that's just kind of how I was always used to doing that. So like it could be a lot of different things, you know what I mean? If it's hard to say at that point. It could be
Yeah.
saliva and, it's kind of hoping on the less gross alternative.
Right. Hey, Miss Pam. Hey, Lily Sunshine. All right, y'all let me. Oh, go ahead, sweetheart. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, hey.
Okay. Hey. Y'all let me know if you need me to pause.
be a donor to item number 13 and is observed in the mixture. So her DNA is in part of the mixture. The DNA results foreign to Madeline were obtained from item number 13. Due to the limited nature of these results, this data is not interpretable. Item number 14, oral swabs represented as being from Maddie. Using a color change test, item 14 gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. There was blood in her mouth. It's blacked out. Item number 5 is expected to be a donor to item number 14. No DNA results foreign to Maddie were obtained in item number 14. So that means it was her DNA or in her blood. It was basically her blood. The DNA.
Okay, so there's blood in her mouth. Now, Cozy talked about how, like, if you were being choked, that you could bite the inside of your cheeks, or I don't know if you would necessarily cough up blood if you're being choked. Like, I don't know how that works, but that could be how her blood was in her throat too. I would assume it goes back to her being choked.
It just depends on what kind of struggle, if there was a struggle. If she was too drugged for there to be a struggle, then it could just be from her biting. But if,
Mm-hmm.
say, she fought back and he put pressure on her chest, say he like kneeled on her chest, because, I hate to get too graphic, but we've all seen movies and stuff like that where people are attacking somebody and sometimes they'll kneel on their chest, or something along that matters, and if you're doing that, it could possibly puncture something. I don't know
Right.
what the rest of the autopsy said, if there was any damage to her lungs or her ribs or anything like that.
Bruising
I
or
think
anything
if
like
you're being choked hard enough, it could hurt your throat to the point of bleeding. I
Absolutely.
imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your trachea can definitely be affected that way. It's very
Yeah.
sensitive.
this kind of relates to what I was saying, Kat, where what if he immediately attacked her uh, by the time her aunt dropped her at the house or a townhouse? It caught her off guard. Oh, I can't even talk. Caught her off guard.
Uh-huh. So are you saying that, are you talking about the time of death being the 25th? Are you talking about how did that could be how the blood got in her mouth?
Right, like, to me, it sounds like, because I was kind of felt like maybe he was alert when he eventually was attacked. And I'm just going by, well, what if he did attack her, or someone, quote unquote, attacked her immediately as soon as she got to the townhouse after the birthday party, which
Uh-huh.
explains as blood, like maybe she bit her tongue, like you were saying, either her teeth, the scratching on her, blood on her hand, the fingernails. So that's what I'm going at. She was just quickly attacked, and it was quick, violent, and unfortunately, that was her aim.
Right. Definitely could be. Some kind of struggle or from the choking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking up what is purge material. It's telling me a resin based. Hold on. I think purge material is where, like, when you're choked and you cough up something. I said from choking, but it's telling me a chemical kind of stuff. Yeah, purging compound. What is purge material from? Let's try aspiration. Let's see. It's telling me aspiration.
It's like usually from the lungs.
Yeah, I'm looking up specifically purge material, which is where, like, I don't know how to word it.
Like a foamy pink substance, usually, that might come from the lungs.
Yes. I definitely know. I think that's what it is for sure. Um, but I was looking specifically for the definition of the purging um material. This says something. Hold on, we'll see. Um, when you're being choked, it creates a lot. Now, this is what somebody wrote. I don't know that this to be true. Um, but it says when you're being choked, okay. No. What are we doing? Okay. When you're being choked, it creates a lot of material of internal pressure, and this bursts small blood vessels, creating a spattering of tiny red flakes to form called petechae, where the blood from the burst vessels will leak into the skin. Sometimes vessels burst in the scala or the white part of the eyes as well.
Petechiae.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Um,
petechial
petechiae.
bleeding is, yeah, and that's a sclera. Like if you're choked, or if, for example, even if you vomit really hard, you can burst small little blood vessels on your face,
Your
and you
eyes.
get like tiny little yeah, and like when you're being choked because of the pressure, they'll get some kind of like
mhm.
little like little bruises, like they're really, really tiny. You know, that's petechial bleeding.
Yeah, that's one
Right.
of the things they look for with choking victims is petechial hemorrhaging, which is a lot of times it's going to be in the eyeballs, the whites of the eyes are going to be, the vessels are going to be busted.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking. You said it earlier, like the purge material is like the foamy stuff that comes out of the mouth. But I
Mhm.
don't know what else in it. I don't know, like if it's got blood or what it is, but it is the
It's
foamy stuff that comes out.
Yeah, I think it's
Probably
usually
mucus also.
blood, mucus, blood. It's usually like I know this isn't a pulmonary embolism, but like for like overdoses and pulmonary embolisms, a lot of times they'll purge out that pink foamy stuff. Sorry to be
Mhm.
graphic, but that's
No, you're good.
common, and I can't remember the exact biology behind it. I want to say it's like, it is blood, and then it's mixed with just body fluids from, yeah, the lungs, and I believe.
Okay. Yeah, trauma, injury, strangulations, drowning, etc. Yeah. Okay. Theo found it. She said the presence, composition, and distribution of purge material can provide clues about the cause of death, the position of the body, or whether it was moved post-mortem. Forensic pathologists analyze purge material to help identify trauma, asphyxiation, or decomposition related processes. Thank you. I can't wait for trial either. Jenna's Gypsy.
It's
Hey,
next month, right?
Super Row.
Yes,
Pulmonary.
pulmonary.
Yeah, so they got the preliminary in February, and then the trial for the CSAM is supposed to be in September, I think. I'm pretty sure. I don't know when the death trial will be.
That'll probably be either, well, it could be next year or another year. So,
Yeah,
Yeah, that'll take a while.
I don't know if they'll be ready to go to trial within a year, especially considering I'm trying to print out this document and I've almost got I've almost used a whole book of paper, so that's a lot of stuff to work through. It's going to take them quite a while.
Do you know if it, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, do you know if they ever determined that if it was going to be the death penalty on the table for the CSAM stuff? Because I know that law went into effect right before this happened. I want to say it was like brand new that year for like, the certain parameters of a child under a certain age that the death penalty would be qualified for him. But I don't know if they were able to determine if it would be for the CSAM, like definitely the unaliving, but I don't know about the CSAM. I know they brought it up. Do you know if it qualifies
I don't know. I'm looking it up right now. I think I read that he was looking at the death penalty. Hold on, we're gonna look it up.
for the CSAM?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Because they
I'm
have enough to nail him to the wall for the CSAM, you know what I mean? Like, obviously Maddie needs justice for all parts of the crimes that were committed to her. Like that would just be the icing on the cake, absolutely, to be convicted of both.
So none of them will bring up the CSAM. It says state attorney to seek death penalty in Madeline Soto case. I don't know if it's talking about the homicide or the CSAM. Let's see what it tells us. So I guess we'll watch Spectrum News if it'll work, my computer. Okay. Hold on.
New details tonight in the case surrounding the killing of
Let me make sure
13-year-old Madeline Soto. State's attorney's office is now seeking the death penalty against Stefan Stearns.
Now, Stefan Stearns, who you see here, was initially arrested on 60 charges, including capital sexual battery, after law enforcement say they found several disturbing photos and videos on his phone. In April, he was indicted on first-degree murder charges for Madeline Soto's death.
Our watchdog anchor and reporter Curtis McLeod actually spoke with the state attorney about seeking the ultimate punishment.
We take a lot of things into consideration at that point. We take along the case, the criminal history of the defendant, particularly the facts of the case, and how those facts line up with the statutory aggravators inside of our statute. In this case, we were able to identify 4.
And those 4 factors are capital felony while in the commission of or an attempt to commit aggravated child abuse, victim vulnerability because the defendant stood in a position of familiar or custodial authority, the capital felony being heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and finally prior convictions of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to the person. We're talking about those current sex charges against Stearns will serve as priors if he is in fact convicted. Now the case, of course, a lot of this depends.
Okay, so right now they're talking about the death penalty for the murder charge because they're saying the CSAM material is going to contribute to previous charges of the defendant. So they're saying basically, like they said, if he gets if the CSAM stuff sticks, which it should, they're going to use that as previous criminal history. So it's for the homicide. I don't know if they'll say anything about the CSAM. We'll see.
Well, they did say, sorry, they did
You're
say
good.
capital sexual battery, and your keyword there is capital. Capital, I think, usually indicates, like, I live in Wisconsin, so we don't have the death penalty, but from what I've understand, like, when they say capital, that is a crime that is punishable upon, punishable by death in that specific area. So that's why my ears perked up, because it said sexual battery, the capital before that. So anybody correct me, because like I said, I don't have that in Wisconsin, but from what I understand about death penalty cases, the capital is kind of your key word there.
You're
Okay.
right. That's
You
right.
said
Okay.
capital. I'm sorry, Lib. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You said capital. I'm sorry, I didn't catch I heard him say it, but what was it? Capital what?
Sexual battery.
Thank you. Sorry for
So,
whoever I
yeah.
interrupted. Continue on. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Okay. So I'm looking that up on my phone. Is capital sexual
Yep.
battery punishable by death in Florida? Which we know it would be now. It should tell me a date it goes back to. So we'll finish.
Pretty much screwed either way.
Yeah.
It's like,
Either way.
Even
Finish.
if he gets life in prison, I'd say that just life in Florida is life. You don't have any parole, but he would be in general pop if he would have with a lifer instead of death penalty, where he gets his own little cage.
Really?
Yeah.
Even with the consideration of it being like, because I think they usually house like people with like child abuse charges in separate places, as far as hurting a child in that way, like not murder necessarily, but the CSAM stuff.
Sometimes it depends on the facility. It really depends on what facility they get sent to.
Well, we should let Bubba get to him.
That's what I'm hoping.
No doubt. He should experience every bit of torment he made her go through. All right, we'll finish this. Yeah, we'll finish this and then see what else they say, and I'll look up the other part real quick.
The opportunity to ask the state attorney about family cooperation in this case. Here's what he had to say.
We're working together with all the family, and so it's a very emotional thing that's happening to that family. So you're going to have different feelings of grief and belief and things you have to work through. We have counselors in office and to help with that.
A very hard and difficult time for those family members and friends for sure. The state attorney did say that the biggest challenge with seeking the death penalty is the process. This process can take weeks, months, and maybe even years when it comes to trying to make sure they have everything they need to, in fact, get the death penalty. Now, I want to let you know that court records we had a chance to peruse today show that Stephen Stearns is expected to be back in court early next month on July 10th for a pre-trial hearing. In Orlando, Curtis McLeod, Spectrum News.
Okay, so that one said July. I'd heard February the first time. Okay. So I do see some things on my phone. I'm about to pull it up here for you guys.
Did you let Zio in or heal?
Oh, no, I'm not looking at the page. I don't see you. You're not up here. Come back again. Try to come back again because you're not on my thing. I don't know why. Your thing is not up here. I'm gonna type this in and I'll come back. Punishable
Now,
by.
what do you ladies think would be the charges that Jen could get if, well, I have to cross, but when that does go down on her end?
Okay, I'm sorry, love. What did you say?
I was saying, what do you ladies think the charges that Jen will get? Fingers crossed if that does go down for her.
What do I think? There's a child screaming outside. I'm sorry. What do I think the charges will be? What else did you say?
For Jen.
For him?
Oh, Jen, it's my headphones. Let me see
Oh,
if I get
for Jen.
it's on my phone now.
Okay.
Hopefully, at least endangering a child. There's like a name for that, right? Like child neglect, endangering.
Yeah, child neglect, endangerment. I mean, I hope there's a lot.
Yeah, minimal. I hope she
Okay.
gets something for the abuse.
I can hear you much better now.
Accessory after the
Yeah,
fact.
it was my headphones.
Okay.
You sound a
So,
lot better.
Lying to law enforcement.
Thank you.
So this says in December 14th, 2023, Lake County, Florida prosecutors announced they are seeking the death penalty for a man accused of committing the sexual battery of a minor under the age of 12, which is the same thing he's charged with. So a statement from the office of the state attorney, William Gladson, said the decision reflects the severity of the crime and its impact on the community. Earlier this year, Governor Ron DeSantis signed legislation that expands death penalty eligibility to those convicted of sex crimes against children. This is the first case in which Florida prosecutors have sought a death sentence under the new law. I wish it would give me the name of the law and maybe I could search it that way. Okay. I'm going to try one more thing to see if we can find out specifically. Mistype punishable. Okay. So again, this says the first degree murder. So it says the Ninth Judicial Circuit State's Attorney's Office has filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty in the first-degree murder case against Stephen Stearns for the murder of 13-year-old Madeline Soto. The decision to seek the death penalty in the homicide case is based on several aggravating factors. So I would probably say no, not for the CSAM, because they are going for it with the homicide. Like my thought.
Yeah, they're adding it to it. Yeah.
Yeah, my thought would be if they're concerned at all that they might not get a conviction for the death penalty on the CSAM, then they're saying, why are we going to seek it when there's a possibility that we might not get the death penalty for that when we're already going to be able to more than likely get the death penalty for the homicide, which he's also convicted of, would be my thought on that. Miss Pam, I see that you're gone, and I'm sorry, honey, if I lost you. Hio, come back up. I was on a different page. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay.
That's what I figured. They would just use the child CSAM material just to add on to the reason, possibly why he murdered her. So, I mean, yeah, like I said, he's pretty much screwed either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got him nailed to the wall with everything.
Yeah. Okay. So this tells us the charges. So it's 60 count information against Stephen Stearns, the person associated, and it's 8 counts of sexual battery on a child under 12, 5 counts of sexual battery with a child 12 to 18 in the familial or custodial authority, 7 counts of lewd or lascivious molestation, and 40 counts of unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance by a child, 10 or more images. So that means there was over 400 images. Okay. So it says State Attorney Baines said the state's attorney's office has been working closely with Kissimmee Police Department and received evidence that gave us cause to file formal charges against Stearns. We appreciate the thoroughness and detailed attention of their investigation and will continue to work with our law enforcement partners to build a strong case against the defendant. Stephen Stearns will be arraigned on the charges. The latest information on court hearings can be found at the Osceola County Clerk of Court's website. And it says sexual battery on a child under 12 is a capital felony, punishable by life in prison. If a defendant is convicted, charges of sexual battery with a child 12 to 18 and lewd or lascivious molestation carry sentences of up to life in prison if a person is convicted. If convicted, a defendant can receive 15 years in prison for each count of unlawful possession of materials depicting sexual performance by a child. So I suppose he's not looking at the death penalty because these carry a maximum sentence of life in prison. It doesn't say death penalty. So he's not, I would say per this document that Hio sent me, thank you for that, he's not facing the death penalty on the CSAM stuff, but he is for the homicide.
Okay.
I don't know why though with that new law, like why wouldn't they go for that against him? All right, I'm pulling this back up. Thank you, Hio. I appreciate it.
I wonder if I don't know, right? I don't know anything about law, but like if he gets the DP for the CSAM and then after that they're gonna do the murder trial. So I wonder if you can't do that if the person's already in death row. You know what I mean? I wonder. Yeah, it's like double jeopardy or something. I mean, I know that's not double jeopardy, but
yeah.
No, it's a possibility though.
You get 2 death penalties.
But people have been charged.
I wish that was possible. Kill them, bring him back to life, and then kill them again.
Like,
yeah, give him the paddles. Give him the paddles and you're dead, and then you're dead again.
Yeah, bring him back and kill him again. Love your face too.
I was to say, it kind of reminds me of when they sentence people for like over 100 years, and it's like 400 years. Like, okay, I mean, sure, that's still gonna die.
It's more symbolic.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about that, like, people have been charged, like, if they committed several homicides, they get the death penalty for each homicide or whatever. They get it for more than one. So I don't know, but whatever. All right, we'll finish this and then I'll pull up the document and we'll try to get in. I'm hoping I should have time to go continue on with the interview that we were talking about tomorrow. We shall see.
Oh, did you?
Go ahead, love.
No, I was going to say, did you go over the Woody Allen comment? Because I probably missed that part in the stream.
No, we haven't yet. We were starting with this, and then we're going to go to the interview where that is referenced, and I'm hoping to get to that part today because we started on it yesterday, but we didn't get to that part yet.
All right, because I probably won't be available by then. I have a meeting in less than 20 minutes, but hopefully we can get to it.
Oh shit! Well, I don't know how far into the interview it is. I don't have a timestamp for it. If you're not here, let me know what you think. Like, leave a comment, or you can tell me now, or you can tell me before you leave. It's up to you.
Yeah, I can say. I think when she brought that comment up, what's the name of the detective, the bald one? That was it. The bald one or the one?
I know one of them's Morris. I don't know which one is which though. Somebody in the comments might know.
When she said that, I knew that instantly perked in his head when she brought up that comment. And pretty much I comment on other people's channels talking about this case. Like, it's that, and of course the sleeping arrangement where she said, "Oh, initially it was less than on my hand 5 times," and then she said, "Well, maybe it's more than that." That to me was what pretty much got the detectives thinking Jen knew a lot more was going on, and just why would you bring that a comment that seems so bizarre?
Right. Yep. Because that's the interview where they're like, kind of like, okay, ma'am, you're saying some shit that don't make sense. Yeah.
And then she's like, oh, but the sex stuff is okay. I didn't think he did anything evil. He cocked his head like a dog. It was hilarious. He's like, hmm?
Yeah.
You know, you could see like he's like, what did I just?
Yep.
His bloodhound sense just went off like that. Cause it just dumbfounded me that Well, okay. Well, this also relates to a little sidetrack where she brings up the lawyer part for Stern, and I think I commented on someone, I think on your channel or someone else, where I was like, why would she be so concerned about him, but then being interviewed, why didn't she ask for a lawyer?
Yeah,
Like,
I think you said it here.
okay,
And that's a good question. Like, did she? Because that really made me think too. Because I remember when you said it, and I'm like,
okay.
that is a good question.
It's
I'm sorry.
so many bizarreness, but I'll let you continue.
Oh no, I was just saying it is weird. Like if she knew, I mean, that tells me at the very least she knew what Stefan was doing and she knew
Mm-hmm.
that he needed a lawyer. Why
Mm-hmm.
she wouldn't think she needed one is because maybe she had no culpability or she hadn't done anything wrong, so she knew she didn't need a lawyer or something,
Mm-hmm.
or she thought she could talk her way out of it or something to that effect. But it definitely reiterates that she knew what was going on for him to need a lawyer. She knew he needed a lawyer before it should have ever been known that he needed a lawyer, you know?
Bingo, bingo. So, but she screwed. I mean, yeah, I was telling other people too. Like she screwed herself in all
Mhm.
the audio and video interviews. Where if she had a lawyer, maybe the suspicion on her probably wouldn't be as bad as it is now. But
Yeah.
thankfully, in my opinion, thank you, Jen, for being the dickhead that you are
Yeah.
to do all these interviews.
Either too ignorant to realize that, or what I think is too devious. She thought she could get
Yeah,
away with it, too
yeah.
narcissistic. Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Obtained from item number 3 and 5 have been entered into CODIS. PCR-based STR DNA analysis was performed on samples from items number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.1, 8.2, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, utilizing the Global Fiber PCR amplification kit. Why STR testing may be considered for item 6, epithelial cell fraction, 10, epithelial cell fraction, and 13, epithelial cell fraction. Why STR testing requires resubmission of the DNA extracts. Please contact the biology section for guidance. The term sperm cells fraction and epithelial cell fraction refer to the two portions of the extract generated during a differential extraction procedure. The presence of DNA in the sperm cell fraction does not confirm the presence of seminal material or the type of cells from which the DNA originated. And the last page said, the submitted evidence and DNA extracts are available for retrieval or return at the
I'm working on getting the document pulled up. It takes a second to load so that we could look at it and see what we see happens after this. I need to write down that page number. And I put the subscribe button in because I didn't want anybody trying to email this poor woman because it gives her email. So that's why that's there. Not necessarily because I wanted you to subscribe. But if you don't mind, please subscribe and hit the thumbs up.
Do it, people.
Oh, I thought I played.
the earliest opportunity. It is recommended that all DNA extracts be stored frozen. Abbreviations that may appear in this report are CODIS or combined acid, FSI Genet, Forensic Science International, Genet.
It's making my computer mess up. Okay.
Like a lot of big words.
We get the gist of that. Somebody told me how to say the DNA thing too. Hold on, y'all. Sorry.
Oh no, she yeeted herself. It's just us.
No. Oh, wow.
Uh-oh. She's gone.
So how was everyone's New Year?
Yeah, it could be better, but I think things are going to start looking up.
Good, good. Yeah, same on my end. This year I'm gonna try to do more out of state traveling. The last several years been stuck at home, and I used to travel a lot when I was younger, like at least in my early 20s, and I've always liked just going out, go to different states, a few countries I've been out to. So yeah, hopefully this is the year to get back into it.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I would like to do that too. It just depends on what goes on with my work schedule and school and my momming. I've just got 1,000 things that I do right now,
Oh,
but I love
sure.
road trips and everything. We'd like to go to Canada. My boyfriend's family is up there. He was actually born in Canada, and his dad and his aunt and a bunch of his relatives are up there. So
Which
we
part?
would it is near Ottawa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was born like right over the border in Hull, Quebec.
Okay.
And she's back.
Having
Welcome
a
back.
fit, as you can tell.
Woo!
Yay.
Sorry. So yeah, my computer's having a fit when I pull that document up. I'll have to check it out later. I don't think I have what's after that printed out, so we'll have to look at that later, unfortunately, because as you can see, my computer does not like it when I pull that up. I apologize for disappearing.
All good. It's understandable.
I have a
We handled
Chromebook,
it.
like, yeah, and I really appreciate you guys holding it down for me. I have like just the cheapest computer you could get at Walmart because like I didn't know that like I would ever have this many people that cared about what I had to say. So I plan on investing and getting a better setup and all of that eventually. But for right now, I'm working with like the cheapest computer you could get at Walmart. So
No,
it
that's
is what
totally
it is right
understandable.
now.
Yeah,
Definitely
video
understandable.
just eats up your memory. Video editing.
Yeah.
Well, this kind of stuff is
Yep.
it's definitely you can say it's time consuming, but like once you get into it and you just get the feel of it, it's like yeah, you just enjoy it.
Yeah. And I do enjoy it. I like I submit FOIAs a lot. I really enjoy getting the information and I love to share it. Like I saw that
Mhm.
people weren't putting stuff out like just the interview or whatever, and I really enjoy doing that so people can listen to just the interview without commentary. And then I was like, we could talk about it during the live streams. So I really like doing that. It makes me happy. And to have you all here and talk to about it makes me happy
Yeah,
too.
yeah. It's like I want to say my mom got me into the whole true crime or like what was I'm trying to think. I used to grow up as a kid in the night. What was that show? There's so many different like crime investigation shows when I was a kid growing up. But yeah, I just got hooked, and this community is it's interesting. It all has the up and downs and all that, but for the most part, everyone's just here to find the truth of what happened to, unfortunately, a lot of these victims and get the
Yeah.
justice for them.
Like the true crime community
Yeah.
can get very exploitative,
Yeah.
because like Bailey Sarian started doing
Mhm.
makeup like as a way of like talking about it because she got into it, and then it became like a whole like she is fucking brilliant. She invented a oops, I cursed. Like a whole niche, you know? And and I know that people hate that because they feel like what if it was your family member that somebody was like doing their makeup and talking about at the same
Yeah.
time?
Yeah.
Maybe I would feel different about it. But it's not like we're glorifying what the the perpetrators, we're not
Mhm.
like, oh my goodness, Ted Bundy, he's so amazing. I can't even stand his name. It's more like we're keeping the story alive,
Mhm.
and we're trying to figure out, like, we're still talking about Jean Bonnet like 30 years later, 28 years later,
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and we all like,
absolutely.
we're just calling out, at that time that happened, everybody believed their BS, or most people believe their BS. Some people still do, like, oh no, they're innocent. They covered it up. Whatever happened, the parents covered it up, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
And I think today, I don't know how. I wish I could talk to like someone in. I mean, I follow Strategic Eyes. He's a cop too, but I wish I could ask a law enforcement officer like what you think about just random people who are not experts talking about this stuff on the internet, because we're all becoming, I don't want to say we're all becoming experts on it, but we're all
Yeah.
becoming smarter at detecting a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you definitely
Weird.
learn stuff going over the documents. Sorry.
You know, and no, and I don't mean to say like, oh, we're not experts, because we're not, unless you're from the area, in the area. But I can't talk today, sorry.
It's all
It was
good.
a weird day. But you know what I mean? Like, before, we had no idea of anything except for what we could see, like NCSI or Law and Order, and
Yeah.
and now I guess I wonder if it keeps like law enforcement on their toes, because they know that there's like thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people on YouTube dissecting everything on like
Yeah.
every case all day long. I mean, I have to like trim down the channels that I follow. I think I'm just following like 4 or 5 now, just 4 or 5. Because it's just too much, and like, as much as I want your channel to grow, allegedly speculating, and love being here, I love that, at least for now, it's a small community, because I don't know, it's like our hangout place, which sounds terrible to say like that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
No,
Um,
I agree. I think if
we have
anything, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead,
no,
love.
yeah, like a huge channel, which I'm happy for them. I'm happy for all of them, because it's more people talking about it, so it's more people keeping the story alive, you know. And in a sense, like, we're all here just because of Maddie. We're not here because of those two other dumbasses on the screen. We're here because of this little girl who never had a
Right.
Yeah.
chance. We feel like we
Exactly.
know her.
Yeah.
Like, I see her photo, I get emotional, like I want to cry, and like, you know what I
Aw.
mean. Yeah, I'm almost crying right now. But like,
It's okay.
we the cases that are our favorite cases, like JonBenet Ramsey and like Kaylee Anthony. You know what I mean? Like, the ones that these horrible people just lie about it, and Madeleine McCann
hmm
and
hmm hmm
others. They all deserve
Justice.
Yeah.
justice, and like,
Absolutely.
they don't even know that there's thousands of people crying about them, and actually we love these victims. I don't know about you guys, but like, I love this little girl. I get so angry at what was done to her, and her
Yeah.
stupid
Uh,
mother didn't do
I can
anything
say
to protect it.
on a personal note, this case probably got me a lot more invested in the true crime community and world. My
Yeah.
sister was abused by a family member, and
Oh no. I'm sorry.
yeah, and it had, well, I guess 20 years now, by this time, and just something about Maddie really just brought up the memory of me not knowing, so I can relate with her family, where they, or Jen's side at least, where they just didn't know, or even I guess Tyler, I don't know about him, but they just didn't know, at the
Yeah.
time until it came out. And
Right.
I think that what's really gets me invested in this case is just trying to be more aware of those that I know of, and especially children, and
Yeah.
just hoping that they're not getting abused, but if something's going on, then try my best to help them, legally.
Yeah.
And so yeah, that's why I'm really invested in this case. And of course, Jen. Jen is just probably the most annoying, other than SS or Stinky. I like what Cozy said. I like that. I'm gonna say Stinky. Stinky Stearns. But yeah, with Jen, something about her just really irritates me. And I agree with you. I think me and you and Alleged really do agree that I feel like she's a very narcissistic, I can't even say the word, manipulative. um,
Yeah.
Thank you, individual who clearly knows a lot more than what she's been saying. And I just, yeah, fingers crossed. I'm hoping that after Stern's cases, that something comes up with her. And so I guess that kind of relates to, do you think they're going to bring her up during the death penalty part of the trial or the CSAM part?
I don't know. I hope both.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I
that's
hope
going to be
both.
interesting. So hopefully they can catch her on both cases, on the prosecution side, catch her in something where she slips. But
Yeah. I think they're gonna slaughter her on the stand. I hope they do. I hope
I sure hope
yeah,
so. I wish I could
yeah,
be there in person.
And she'll do her fake crying without actually touching the paper towels or whatever they have for her. It's like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
without shedding any tears, And what's interesting, because after like following so many cases, and then also following a bunch of different experts from different areas dissecting everything,
mhm.
you see it and you're like, oh, there's something there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because if she was actually, there's no way that she was innocent.
Right.
Maybe, I don't know at what point she discovered it, but she definitely knew it was happening. She was allowing it, because if someone tells you this guy is doing this thing to your daughter, any normal, innocent person would be like, can I just fly at him right now? Can I just like finish him right now with my bare hands? Can I just rip him apart? And she just sat there and she's like, get him a lawyer right now. Boom. I mean, come on. She can't feel any, I think she's a sociopath. She feels no empathy.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
doesn't even know how to, and she's a terrible sociopath at it, because sociopaths are good manipulators because they are good at imitating emotion. But there's only
Mhm.
so much that a human can imitate.
Mhm.
Like I
Mhm.
love Star Trek, and Data is one of my favorite characters. He was an
Okay.
android, and Data was always trying to be human, always trying to imitate, humanness. But there's no, and even when he would laugh, people would look at him like, "Why are you even laughing?" And he's not a sociopath, but I'm saying he had no emotions, right? So he could only imitate. So you can only imitate so far. And then if you look at all of these, the behavior panel, they do a lot of like missing children. Like go on their channel and like look up all the missing, parents of missing children interviews. And it's like there's a formula for this. They're telling their story, they're protecting themselves. They don't really care about who did it. They're not really worried about catching a bad guy. They might say once in a while, there's a person out there. They're not angry at what happened to their kid.
Exactly.
Some of them are better than others at pretending to be sad and worried. Jen is like the worst one of all.
The
She can't
weakest
even
link.
pretend.
Yeah.
Even Stinky was he's a way better actor than she is. He was all looking sad and like sniffling. I'm like, whoa. Well, then I'm like, wait a minute, there's no tears. No,
Yeah.
it's no tears. Yeah, so she is so bad at it. I mean, it's your daughter. So when somebody tells you something like that, first of all, when she let's say it was real, she shows up at school to pick up Maddie, and she's like, "Where's my kid?" First of all, you would go in there and look for your kid. You wouldn't
Mhm.
leave and go
Yeah, that's
somewhere
weird.
else, and then email people and call her friends, and then go back to the school. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I can
Yeah.
tell you right now, a normal person would have gone in the school and be like, "Where's my kid?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
Be
when the
looking
kid
everywhere.
isn't there, yeah, and then when your kid isn't there, what's the next thing you do? You would go right to this guy right there. It's like, where did you drop off my child? What did you do exactly? Tell me exactly. Show me the spot.
She told me she wanted to get dropped off near the church.
You turn
Bullshit.
against anybody if you think that person hurt someone you love.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you are innocent, you turn against anybody. If it's your mom, your dad, anybody that hurt someone that you love, you would turn against that person instantly. You're like, you did this.
Yep.
If you had left the gate open, the dog wouldn't have run out. You, and she's like, oh, I believed everything he said. I didn't question him.
I love
And
the
then
part
get
where
him a lawyer stat.
the detective told her when she said, well, he always treated me and Maddie good or something like that. And then he's like, oh, that's the way he treated you the way he treated Maddie, huh?
same?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
like indifference and all this other kind of crap.
Yeah.
So,
She says he always treated Maddie good, and then he says like he treats you,
like
and
he
she's
treated
like,
you.
I was
this
like,
is a mic drop.
I laughed. I laughed at that.
Damn.
He burned her.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, I think we're all pissed off at the Florida law right now that they haven't charged her
Yeah.
with anything, because I'm not a lawyer, but I can count at least 5 things you can charge her with right now. Lying to law
Yeah.
enforcement, at least one.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's
They
what
want her
Casey
to
Anthony went to
testify.
prison for. That's all she went to prison for, was lying to law enforcement.
I
And she
hope
took
they
him on a
do.
field trip, at Disney World. She's like, oh, I work here, psych, and and she's covering for him. She's his alibi.
Yeah.
And today I was watching allegedly. I had a dream about you last night.
Oh
I
goodness.
don't know. I was at your house and it was like you and a bunch
Hopefully a
of kids
good
running
one.
around at night, and then I woke up. It was good. I was like, oh, that's allegedly speculating. Yeah. And I have no idea what you look like, but you were blonde in my dream, so I don't know.
Oh goodness.
But but
I
what
have
was
brown hair. Okay, I'm gonna play this interview. You
Yeah,
guys have
play
really
it.
great points. Thank you all for being here. I saw a bunch of people came in. Thank you all for coming
Well,
in.
I'm gonna be heading out, ladies, but it was fun to join for the first time, and I just hope you
Aw.
guys enjoy the rest of your show. And
Yeah.
stream.
Thanks for being up with us.
No problem. I would definitely hit up whenever I get. It's like the same thing what you were saying, Sarah. Like I have work, I do nursing, and I can only catch when I can see it, or at least get the notification. So, but yeah, I would definitely try to hit up again.
Yeah, for
Sweet.
sure. Thank you so much for coming up. I
No
hope you have a
problem.
good day at
Take
work.
care. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Oh, really, Abellis? There's like a picture in the Discord. My profile picture is my face where it was painted, but there's like a paper over my face, so you can't see all of my face. But I have brown hair. I have brown hair and it's curly. All right, I'm gonna play the interview. So, sorry, we're listening for inconsistencies, and we're gonna discuss the Woody Allen comment. I'd love to know your thoughts and opinions on that. It was nice.
So that was the only time she's actually had her own room. Here, she's always shared a room with me. When she was
It was nice to have a man's perspective, Synth. It was. I really enjoyed. That was Bazzard. He's been in chat for quite a while. I'm not sure if he has a channel. It was really nice to have him up here and have a male's perspective. And everybody up here is great, just by the way. This has been a really great live, and I appreciate everybody. And in the chat.
baby, she had her own bedroom here for a few years. But once she got older and we started having roommates and all that stuff, she started just staying with me in my bedroom. Stefan.
I don't know where Cara is. Toxic has been in the hospital, so please keep her in your prayers. Jen sees Maddie. Oh, goodness. I hope not, Lisa Lee. Thank you for being here.
Well, during the times that we did live with Stefan, it would be the three of us in this bed down here, down in the master bedroom. It wasn't until June of last year that we had broken up, and I said, okay, I don't want to sleep in the same bed with you. Please move upstairs. Mm-hmm. And he moved upstairs.
Okay.
At this point, Maddie pretty much.
I was just going to get my coffee, but she said at this point, it was like, I don't want you sleeping in the same bed with me. You guys can go upstairs.
You know,
why are you sending?
My God. I'm sorry. I've said this several times. I am, I'm divorced. I have a daughter that I have about 50% of the time, and I have a boyfriend who lives with us. And when she comes in my bed, like if she has a bad dream or she's not feeling good, you know how kids do. She's 8. I'll scooch over. I'll be in the middle. Or like if she's having a really bad night, he'll go to the couch or go lay in her bed while she lays with me, because there's no way. Like he's got 2 little daughters too. He knows like, no, there's no possible way that I want any kind of, speculation to happen, especially because he's not even thinking that way, first of all. Second of all, he wants zero possibility of any kind of speculation to happen. JJ mentioned something like, oh, I was in bed with mommy and buddy, and like somebody be like, oh, were you? No. We don't do that. So for her to even think that's okay, it's so twisted to me. Like my daughter is like this precious little angel that I have to protect until the day I die. I know someday she's going to grow up and possibly have a family, have partners, what have you, but she's 8 right now, you know what I mean? And even
Right.
before she becomes old enough, you know, when she's a teenager, I'm still gonna protect her until the day I die. Doesn't matter how old she is. And if anybody's hurting her, I suspect anybody's hurting her, it's gonna be on, you know, it's not gonna be pretty.
Right.
So I just can't get on board with that line of thinking. And I think most, you know, quote unquote normal parents or normal people in general would be like, no, that is absolutely wrong. You aren't going nowhere near my daughter in that person, you know, in that way, shape, or form where you can be anywhere near her because she's just this precious little angel, and it ain't happening. So it's just like when she was being interviewed, you know, I know we couldn't see some of the videos, but those, you know, those cops, those detectives just wanted to shake the shit out of her. Like,
Yeah.
what in the hell are you thinking, sending a grown ass man and your precious daughter to the same bed? What is wrong with you? F your sleep. Your kid is struggling, so you're going to take care of her. Doesn't matter if you get no sleep. If you're
Right.
worried about sleep, you send his ass out of the house so she can sleep in her own bed. You can sleep in your own bed, and you guys are separate.
Right.
Yeah. In her king size bed. Like, you're telling
Yeah,
me
no.
you can't let your daughter sleep in your king size bed?
Yeah, put
Well,
pillows between you if you're worried about her kicking you.
Yep. And what just stood out to me is she said, we broke up in June, so I started sending them upstairs then. Why, if you're broken up with your man, is your daughter going up there? Like, if he's written a room anyway, like, why wouldn't it be, we broke up in June, so he started sleeping upstairs and my daughter started sleeping downstairs? Like, you're telling me that you started sending her upstairs to sleep with him in June, per what she just said, and you said it's because y'all broke up. So why are you even letting him sleep with her, especially considering that you're broke up?
Yeah, that's so many levels of just insane to me. And like I said, any normal thinking person, you know, I mean, I guess we're not all normal, but you know what I mean? Like
Right.
logical, you know, level headed person who knows that kids need to be protected from anybody who's, you know, a grown person who's not related to them, especially even some people who are related to them are skeezy. You never know nowadays, you
Yeah.
know, that's one of
So
those
many
things that
parents.
true crime has taught me, that there's a lot of effed up people out there, and you need to protect these kids because they are innocent, you know, they are pure, and like the world is a really screwed up place, and yes, they need to be exposed slowly and in a healthy way to this stuff, but not by a sexual predator who's going to sexualize them and do horrific things to them. And it's just like, what? Like, I
Right.
just can't fathom that way of thinking, and most people can't. That's why this case just jumps out to everybody.
Yep.
And she says, like, oh, because they kept begging for sleepovers. Who? Maddie?
Yeah, I doubt
I
that.
understand an innocent child is
Doubtful.
like, oh, let's have a sleepover. Like, I get it. I understand. A small child doesn't think, small kids don't think about sex.
Right.
Period.
No, they don't
You know
understand
what I
it.
mean?
They,
Unless they have been abused and exposed to it in a horrific way, that's
yeah,
not something that naturally comes to a child. So if she says, oh, let's have a sleepover, she was doing it like an innocent child.
Right.
yeah,
And I
children,
don't care if it was her, which, I mean, it could have been Maddie that said that, because, you know, like, this grown ass dumbass, you know, plays all her toys and is like a, you know, like, just like a big giant child. But you know what? The mom would be like, no, sweetheart, children can't sleep. You know what I mean? You
exactly.
can't have a sleepover.
This isn't, you know, Willy Wonka where all 4 grandparents are sharing a freaking
Yeah.
bed and everybody's in the same damn room, you know. Those are the old days, and that was different. You know,
That was
this
the old
was
days, and
there.
stuff still happened, you know?
It's, yeah, maybe, but like you don't send children
No.
to rooms with grown ass men who are sexually frustrated and, well, no, they're not getting it from you. So, you know, I, no offense to men, but they are, you know, they get a little frustrated a little bit more easier than some women do, and they have testosterone, and that's a beast. And and this guy clearly had paraphilias, whether it be the pedophilia or the necrophilia. You heard that one ex-girlfriend say that she had to pretend she was dead or something like that. And there's a difference between paraphilias and kinks. We don't need to go into that, but the paraphilias are dangerous activities because they can involve illegal activities, and a child can't consent, a corpse can't consent. That's what it's all about, is safe, sane, consensual. And when a paraphilia is involved, those things aren't included, because I don't know what the age of consent is in Florida. I think was it 16 in some places. But either way, I'm sorry, for me, a child under the age of 18 shouldn't be able to consent to sexual activity, because it's just their brain is not developed. I know, the age of adulthood is 18 in this country, but a person's brain isn't fully developed until they're 25. For men, it's, it even takes longer sometimes. And it's like you're impulsive, you don't make the best decisions, you don't understand consequences. Like she can't really understand, if I get pregnant, this is what's gonna happen. She's being groomed by this scuzzball that, oh, this is a relationship, this is romantic, this is what people do when they're in love.
Right.
And it's just so skeezy and so gross and so predatory. And I mean, this man just needs to be buried under the prison for life.
Yep. Absolutely. It's just a weird comment to make. We broke up in June, and that's when they started sleeping in the bed together. Like, who the fuck says that? Who does that? Like, I broke up with my boyfriend, so my boyfriend and my daughter started sleeping upstairs together. That's weird.
Hell no. Hail to the no. To the no, no,
Yeah.
no.
Right. I've got that clip. I need to play it. I'm going to back it up real quick so we can hear that one more time. Because that was just I don't know. It's weird, and I wonder if the cop picks up on it.
Three of us sleeping in bed together all the time.
And why? How did that start?
Maddie has always slept in the bed with me.
Mm-hmm.
She's always slept in my room. Only when we lived in that apartment in Northport did she have her own bedroom, and we could afford for her to have her own room.
Hold on,
so that was the only time she's acted. So, due to money, hardly ever went out on a date.
I wanted to hear that again. The long pauses.
Honestly, we hardly went out on dates. There's only one date I can think of that we went on, and that was like years ago at the beginning of our relationship, where we went to Disney Springs. I went to the Edison. I don't think we've had many date nights, just him and me. It's always been the three of us doing something, going to dinner, going to Disney Springs. We visit Disney Springs sometimes, often, well, not often, but sometimes. We really liked that restaurant, Deluxe Burger. Really good. She really enjoyed it there.
Okay.
Now, the dynamic between you three. I know you told me that sometimes you and her would sleep in the bed.
Yeah.
Sometimes the three of you would sleep in the bed. Then sometimes you would send him and her to a bedroom so you could get a good night's sleep.
Yeah.
How long has that been going on?
Okay, so
long pause.
I'm going to say back in June. It was primarily the three of us sleeping in bed together all the time.
And why? How did that start?
Maddie has always slept in the bed with me. She's always slept in my room. Only when we lived in that apartment in Northport did she have her own bedroom, and we could afford for her to have her.
So she just said it was primarily in June when we broke up that I started sending Maddie upstairs to sleep with him in the bed.
Hell to the no, to the no, no, no. Come on. Hell, no, no, to the no, no, to the no, 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 to the no, no.
That's
Yep.
what I have to say about that.
That is what I
Makes it
say
seem
about
like
this
it was
whole
very
case.
intentional. You know, that makes it seem like it was very intentional. Like, well, I'm not doing it with you anymore, so here, take her.
Right.
Yeah. And you know what? Okay. Some of you know my stance on open relationships. I got nothing wrong with them, okay? But, you know, you have a very set you have set standards, okay? You know what? Some people, they can't perform anymore, and that's fine. Everybody has their own things. Some people have health conditions. They love this other person very much. They still want to be with them. They still want to be the, you know, in a relationship. Relationships look different for everybody, but adults have relationships with other adults. You know, if you have an open relationship, it's not with your kid, it's with another adult, and the other adult that they're having a relationship is aware that, hey, I have this partner, you know, we have an open relationship, you know, and that's totally fine, but, you know, safe, sane, consensual. You know, you do this under very specific communication, very specific, you know, you have your own rules, you have your own standards, and it's all adult, you know, consensual. A child cannot consent to that kind of thing. And this isn't like some kind of harem back in the medieval days where, you know, people are marrying their kids off. This isn't, you know, some twisted religion, you know, which is wrong too, where they're marrying the children off. You know, it's just, I don't understand, like I said, why any of this is okay to Jen.
I don't either. Pam said, I wish the detective would have asked her where Madeline slept when Jen and Stefan had adult relations, since she said Madeline never slept in her own bed or anywhere alone.
Yeah, that's a critical question.
Yep.
Damn it, cops. I mean, I can imagine it must be really hard to be interrogating someone because you're like walking on eggshells. You have to be like their best friend, and you have to like, oh, but you're a smart person, you know, you're a logical person, you're a reasonable person. So you know what I mean? Because they can't like, if it was a good cop, bad cop, I'm the bad cop. I would come in like all guns blazing at the person, but you can't because you won't get a confession that way, and that's what you need, a confession. That's what you want. That's what they're always trying to get. You know, you don't want the person to lawyer up immediately. So they have to be like, yeah, they have to like, you know, like walk on eggshells around the person. And I'm sure that after the cop leaves, they're like, damn it, why didn't I ask this? Because it's hard. You have to pay attention to the conversation and think of the questions, and you know what I mean? And I don't know how cops even think of the questions to ask, because you have to lead the conversation in this direction, because that's the kind of thing that you want, the information that you want, you know.
There's a lot of psychology.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And you have to appeal to the person's, like, you know, if somebody is a nurse, has a narcissistic personality, you have to appeal to that. If somebody has like something where they're very a sympathetic character, you have to appeal to that. I mean, you have to, you know, be able to understand this person's personality type if they've got mental illness or some kind of disorder. And you have to be able to understand them and somehow befriend them in a way and make them think that they're running the show. And, you know, if it's the narcissistic person, you have to let them think that they are the smartest person in the room, even though you got their number, kind of thing. So it's very like strategic. That's why, you know, detectives who do this, a lot of times they have, like most law enforcement nowadays, especially if you go into like the detective divisions and stuff like that, like, you know, beat cops a lot of times will come right out of the academy, but, you know, detective, you have to be doing this for a while and you have to a lot of times have some kind of psychology courses in your background. It's very in depth, and that's what I'm learning myself going to school for this. And I'm really excited that like I'm going to be doing abnormal psychology pretty soon, because that's my jam, if you
Yeah.
already can't tell, because I love all of like the personality disorders and the reasoning behind them and what creates the mind of the people that do this stuff.
Yes,
Yeah.
I love that stuff
And
too, and
like,
I'm really proud of
even though
you.
Jen,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You're good, honey. Go ahead.
Abnormal psychology sounds amazing. I wish I had that. I wish I'd done that in college.
Yeah.
Jen is abnormal, but I mean, even though she lies a lot, she does tell on herself a lot. She's
Yeah.
still like giving us so much information, which is why we're doing this, analyzing every breath she takes. It's a
well,
Slayer song. Anyway,
most
when
criminals.
she
Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say most criminals they'll have their tells, and they're not they'll give themselves away, like they Koberger, for example, like if he truly did what we believe he did, he made mistakes. That's how they caught him. They all make mistakes. They all have their tells. Even though they think they're the smartest person in their room, no human is infallible. All of us have our flaws, and these these detectives are trained to pick that up and use that. And a good detective will be able to get that, the sooner the better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like like if she said, "Oh, she always slept in the bed with me," so and then she says, "I can't risk her sleeping in bed with me anymore," you know, and poor Maddie is being drugged at night, whether she actually needs it or not, which is why she was, So I can imagine that they're in bed together. This guy wants to get it going, and then probably I can imagine Jen being like, "Oh, it's okay. She's like, she took her meds, or she won't wake up."
Lord, I
I
hope
could,
not. But
I could, like I could. That's what I think happened. That this crap they would be doing it right, like you said. Like where would she go when you have adult
right.
time? This is why
Right.
adults have their room and kids have their own room.
Yep.
Exactly.
Or you don't, or you just don't do anything, or you just sleep like a log and you're just celibate and you're not doing anything, because kids should not be in the same room.
Kids
It's
come
weird if
first.
your dog or your cat is in the room. It's kind of weird. I feel uncomfortable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You
Yep.
It's
can't
even
judge
weird
it.
if your dogs or your cat's looking at you and you're like, okay, you shouldn't be watching this. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Much less a child that can wake up and actually start to see stuff. You
And
know what I
most
mean?
people, I mean, to go more into your point, most people do. Like, I've had a cat and I've been like, okay, I got to put the cat out of the room. Like, I've had to
Yeah.
stop because I'm like, yeah, this is not kosher with me.
Yeah, it's
Mm-hmm.
weird.
Yeah.
Like they're probably just ignoring you anyways, but like it's just weird, right? You feel
Yep.
weird even if your dog's watching your cat. So like I'm pretty sure that's what happened. She has this big bed. Oh, she's just sleepy. She won't wake up. Maybe we can give her a pill to make sure she doesn't wake up.
Whew.
And that just got
It's,
easy
it's
for
disgusting.
them.
Everything about this case is
Yep.
disgusting. And
Yep.
poor Maddie.
All right. I'm going to play this.
Have her own room. So that was the only time she's actually had her own room. Here, she's always shared a room with me. When she was a baby, she had her own bedroom here for a few years. But once she got older and we started having roommates and all that stuff, she started just staying with me in my bedroom. Stefan, during the times that we did live with Stefan, it would be the three of us in this bed down here, down in the master bedroom. It wasn't until June of last year that we had broken up, and I said, okay, I don't want to sleep in the same bed with you. Please move upstairs. And he moved upstairs.
Sorry.
That's right. That's right. Hell to the no.
Yep.
At this point, Maddie pretty much slept with me all the time. I think I can count maybe on one hand how many times she's gone upstairs to sleep with him alone, because I wasn't comfortable with it. I was like, no, this it doesn't look right. Like, it just doesn't seem right. Like, I'm not comfortable with it. Maddie, you got to sleep with me. And I told him that. But there were times that they begged for sleepovers. Like, please, we just want to stay up late watching movies. And I would be too tired.
So stay in the living room. I mean, sit up and watch a movie in the living room. Why do you got to go to your room? And going back further, the abuse started when she was between 6 and 8. And y'all were all sleeping in the same bed at this time. So when was the abuse happening if you weren't in the bed while it was happening? Because they're not going to do that in the living room in front of all the roommates. He's not going to do that to her. Let me rephrase, because no part of this was her. He's not going to do that to her with everybody watching. And then at the end of the document, it states that they were laying in the bed together when she was, at trigger warning, when she was young enough to where he was like, there was cartoons on the TV, they were laying in the bed, and he said, if you want to play with the phone and keep watching cartoons, you got to do X, Y, and Z. And I'll leave that at that. If you want to see, it's at the end of the homicide indictment second reading. So when did that happen? Because they're in a bed, she's laying down watching cartoons. I mean, you know, obviously they were in the bed together way before that.
Yeah.
Because for that to happen in the bed while the TV's on, and she's 6, 8, whatever, young enough to want to play with the phone and watch cartoons, where and y'all weren't broken up, y'all were all sleeping in the same bed. Where was Jen at when this?
Probably drugged,
Jesus.
getting her good night's sleep.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Quest for Truth and Supero.
Tired to stay up late, so I would say, fine, go ahead and do it, but just this once. Like,
when did you start becoming comfortable with it?
I don't know if I was ever comfortable with it.
Why would she take so long to answer?
Yeah, fading facts, that's a lie, because when they start to like mumble, it's a lie.
Yep.
Because she gets real animated and she perks up when talking all about Stinky.
Yep.
She knows everything about him and she gets real perky, whatever, you know, and then
excited.
And then she's like, it's called fading facts.
Yep.
It's a lie.
She
comfortable with it. Well, maybe she wasn't comfortable with it, but she was comfortable enough allowing it to happen.
Yep. She gets real quiet. It takes her a long time to answer, and she almost talks like a baby. Yep. That's her lie till. Sorry, I was getting a piece of candy.
But you told them to go Sunday night to go sleep together.
I did. That was a selfish move on my part, because I wanted a good night's sleep. I didn't want her kicking me or waking me up, or to hear her alarm so that it woke me up. I wanted to keep sleeping until I needed to sleep, because I just...
But you woke up supposedly because he came in with the dog. And again, I don't think she ever even saw her Sunday night. I think that she came in, they were upstairs already because it was normal for them to be upstairs in the bed together. That's just my speculation.
Yep.
Yeah, she probably didn't even question it.
Nope. I don't think she did.
She probably was like, oh, thank God I don't have to deal with her today.
Yeah.
You know, because she never says one good thing about Maddie, and she's always like, oh, she sleeps like a monkey, she's a gymnast, and she punches and kicks. Yeah, trying to get away from Stinky over here, you know, like canoodling with her, you know?
Yep.
She never said one good thing about her daughter. Never. Not one. She never missed her. She never loved her. Oh, Maddie was my life. Bullshit. Pills and sleep are your life. You are your life. You know? So she was probably like, thank God. You know, they're like, you're already upstairs. I don't even have to deal with it.
Yep.
I don't know. That's what I imagine.
That's what I speculate too.
I have not had a good night's sleep. My medication was out of whack. I was feeling funny and not like myself.
And again, even here, she's talking about I had not had a good night's sleep. My medication was out of whack. I was feeling crappy. So I sent them upstairs. Her upstairs with him.
And I knew that I needed another night's sleep and my medication in my body, like ASAP. So I needed to go to bed. So that was I wasn't even comfortable sending her that night, but I just did it for my own selfish reasons.
Okay, nope.
Okay.
See, even the cop is like, okay. We're not even, nope.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
You know they want to shake her so
Yeah.
bad. Like I give them I give these detectives that do this kind of thing for a living so much credit because they have so much like discipline to where they don't just jump across the table and be like, what in the actual F were you thinking or were you thinking?
Yep. Yep.
Did you know?
It's redacted. I'm sorry. It is a bullshit. It is.
He's never said anything to you or anything about it.
If anything, I've always told him that my biggest fear is that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation where the stepdaughter or the dad grooms the child and the child turns 18 and ends up running away with him. I told him like that was my biggest fear and I don't ever want that happening. Like, you can't do that to me. Like,
why would you say that to him?
Okay, yeah. Again, why would you say that to him? Why are you so concerned about the Woody Allen situation, yet you never saw any signs, you never saw any inclination that something might be happening or going on? It doesn't make sense.
And even this, she makes it about herself. You can't do that to me.
Yep.
She is very narcissistic.
Yep.
Because narcissists are all about themselves.
Yep.
And they don't have empathy for anyone.
Nope. Abellis, thank you so much for the support. That was super sweet of you. Thank you so much. Abellis said Jen is slow answering because she tries to strategize about what will protect her potato ass first and Stefan next. She didn't give a crap about Maddie, in my honest opinion. I agree with you. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate that. That Woody Allen comment is astonishing. Even the cop says, why would you think that? And you're worried about the Woody Allen situation. You're worried about her growing up and falling for the dad and then leaving you all alone. And again, I mean, listen to her. She says, you can't do that to me. You can't do that to me. What about Madeline? And you didn't know about the essay. You didn't see anything. You didn't suspect anything. You thought he was all good because he treated her like he treats you and nothing was going on and it was all innocent, but yet you're worried about the Woody Allen situation. Make it make sense. The math ain't mathin'. I'm going to take it back to about a minute before we'll start it. Oh, no, that's where we're at. Hold on. We'll go to right here. Let's listen again.
down in the master bedroom. It wasn't until June of
I
last
went
year
way
that
far back. Sorry.
we had broken up, and I said, okay, I don't want to sleep in the same bed with you. Please move upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
And he moved upstairs. At this point, Maddie pretty much slept with me all the time. I think I can count.
Hold on. Sorry, I didn't mean to take it so far back.
I think I can count maybe on one hand how many times she's gone upstairs to sleep with him alone, because I wasn't comfortable with it. I was like, no, this it doesn't look right. Like, it just doesn't seem right. Like, I'm not comfortable with it. Maddie, you got to sleep with me. And I told him that. But there were times that they begged for sleepovers. Like, please, we just want to stay up late watching movies. And I would be too tired to stay up late. So I would say, fine, go ahead and do it. But just this once, like.
When did you start becoming comfortable with it?
I don't know if I was.
Sorry for taking it this far back. I took it too far back, but still, listen.
Ever comfortable with it.
But you told them to go Sunday night to go sleep together.
I did. That was a selfish move on my part. It's because I wanted a good night's sleep. I didn't want her kicking me or rolling onto me or waking me up. Or to hear her alarm so that it woke me up. I wanted to keep sleeping until I needed to sleep. Because I just.
It's all me. I. World's smallest violin playing My Heart Bleeds for you.
had not, with my training schedule, I have not had a good night's sleep. My medication was out of whack. I was feeling funny and not like myself. And I knew that I needed another night's sleep and my medication in my body like ASAP, so I needed to go to bed. So I wasn't even comfortable sending her that night, but I just did it for my own selfish reasons.
Okay. Did you know?
It's redacted, but using contextual clues, I think he asked her, did you know something basically was going on or that he did something to Maddie? I don't know.
He's never said anything to you or anything about it.
If anything, I've always told him that my biggest fear is that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation where the stepdaughter or the dad grooms the child and the child turns 18 and ends up running away with him. I told him like that was my biggest fear and I don't ever want that happening. Like, you can't do that to me. Like,
why would you say that to me?
See, again, why would you say that? Why would that even be a concern in your mind unless you knew what was going on, unless you saw something, sense something at the very least?
And if you have that concern, what would you do? Break up with this guy, tell him he can't come over anymore.
Right.
And
Or
call
if
the
you
damn
actually think
cops.
this guy is dangerous, get out of my house.
Yep. And call the cops.
Sorry, Sarah.
Call the cops. What in the actual hell? Were you thinking like, oh my God, there's something between them? She's a child. There shouldn't be anything between them. There shouldn't be any kind of romantic feelings on her part. Like, if that's the case, if your child is feeling romantic feelings for a grown ass adult, you separate them and you take that child to therapy and give them the help that they need. Like, this is not healthy. There's nothing that a 30-some-year-old man has in common with a child, like a 12, 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old child. There's nothing that, like, I'm in my 30s. I barely will even consider dating somebody under 30 because I'm like, okay, it has to be a special situation if somebody's a little bit younger. Like, okay, how much have you experienced life yet? Like, no. The only reason why that predator wants a child like that is for grooming and for their own disgusting, paraphilias and stuff like that. Like, oh, I'm going to get this small child and I'm going to make them the woman I want them to be. No, no, no. That is not okay. These people have these twisted ideas in their head and then they project these twisted ideas on these, very malleable sponge-like minds and give them, kind of like Stockholm syndrome where they groom them and, oh, they're going to fall in love with me because they're so impressionable and they're so like, you can absolutely, unfortunately, make them think and feel things that you want them to because they don't know better. They don't understand how dangerous that is.
Yep.
And they take advantage of these poor children. And I'm pretty sure that is somewhere along the lines of what he did to Maddie. It's gross. And he needs to be set on fire.
Yeah.
Sorry. My rants.
No,
He
you're
does need to be set on
good.
fire.
I mean,
and shots too, and chopped to pieces.
they
Yeah.
consider it training them. They train them.
Yeah.
It happened to me, unfortunately, and maybe one day.
Oh, I'm so sorry, honey.
Oh no, it's okay. I mean, I didn't even realize it actually until my daughter that I ended up having said, he groomed you, and I was like,
Yeah.
but not really. And she's like, yeah, Mom, really, he kind of did. So,
And
but
you don't realize it because, like even with these religious organizations, like, the offshoots of the Mormons, like, the fundamentalist Mormons and, the other similar groups where they have the polygamy, where they groom these young girls and, they've got how many ever wives, like I'm all cool with polyamory, but polygamy is just, that's, patriarchy and abuse and everything like that. And they groom the girls and they're like, oh, you're gonna go to heaven if you marry this man at, 14 and you never cut your hair. And it's just like, it's so twisted.
Mhm.
these poor girls and poor Maddie, what she must have went through and how twisted this grown, disgusting excuse for a human being probably had her mind. Just, ugh, I can't even imagine.
Yep, she thinks it's normal. The poor children in that religion, they all think it's normal because that's what they know. That's how they were raised, you know. And
Exactly.
the same for Maddie.
The keep sweet thing, which
Mhm.
you just don't question it. This is what you're supposed to do. Just be pleasant and sweet and accept whatever the man says. And no, 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 no. We're gonna go in there and we're gonna blow up the men and we're gonna,
Yep.
protect the children.
Mm-hmm.
All right, carry on.
You're fine, honey. All right.
Because I never trusted. I grew up being told never trust a man. My mom put that in my body. Never trust a man.
Notice how she stutters. Never trust a man. Never trust a man. But you trusted him enough to sleep with your child. Mary, thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Mary said innocent till proven guiltier by allegedly speculators gets on the case. That's super sweet. Thank you.
And
Thank
then
you for
she's
the
like,
support.
oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Oh, I trust him with my life.
Mm.
You know, I consider him one of my best friends. Like,
Yeah. But here, your explanation for that comment is never trust a man. Okay.
yeah. And she said, the way she says that, like, put that in my body, put that in my body. It's so weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my mom put that in my body. Like,
Yeah. It's a weird way
it's
to
just,
explain it.
maybe it's just whatever, you know. I'm not saying it means anything, but yeah, you don't trust any man, but you trust him enough to send him with your kid upstairs in a room that has 2 locks on the door, or at least 1 lock on the door.
Yeah.
And he has a gun.
Yeah.
Just no.
Now, the firearm, I think he kept a firearm on him. So I don't find that weird. I don't think he necessarily would have used it to make her do anything. I don't know. I could definitely be wrong in that. But considering the amount of photos that we have, like all of his firearms, there was like a lot. So I think it would be normal for him to have a firearm, and then if he just had the one on him, he would put it in the drawer. I don't find anything real suspicious about it, but I mean, I certainly hope he didn't use it to make her do things. Unfortunately, and fortunately, however you want to look at it, I don't think he had to. I think that she was unfortunately groomed into being willing for the most part, and then possibly when this homicide happened, she might have tried to fight back. It would be my thought on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're
But
fine.
a small child could be scared to see a gun.
Yeah,
Even if that was
absolutely.
not his intention, even if that's just because he likes to carry a gun. You know what I
Right.
mean? Kids are curious. Like, she's gonna open the drawer. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she never saw it. But like, maybe wouldn't a child be scared? I would.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my kids wouldn't, because they've shot those things and they know how to use them. So I
I
guess
know.
it depends on the child.
Yeah, it depends on how you're raised. Can I respond to Gemini? Gemini did say, boys are victims too. Absolutely. I was just using the girls because, of Maddie's case. But yes, absolutely. Boys can be victims. Boys can be groomed. And, some of them are groomed to, by the older men to be like them. And a lot of times they're abused as well. I mean, I had 3 male cousins that were abused as young children, and one of them actually took his own life because of everything that was going on. I was very young, but he was only 10, so I know the abuse, how it can affect both sides of the coin, and how it can affect the families, because it was such a tragedy in my family. This happened in the early 90s, and it was a long time ago, but it's still it's still, the ripple effect is still felt throughout my family because we have, somebody who isn't there anymore, and it's heartbreaking. And, so boys are just as much victims, can be just as much victims as girls. But unfortunately, when it's like a religion thing, the females are often looked down upon because girls are second-class citizens. So, that's kind of why I initially brought up the female thing, but I just wanted to highlight that because, yep, it's just not talked about as much. And that's like a whole another can of worms about, the silent victims, with the boys and everything. And it's a very sad thing.
Yeah, going back to the polygamy stuff we were talking about, Warren Jeffs actually did abuse some boys, and unfortunately one of them took his life too. So yeah,
Yeah.
even there it happens to boys and girls. You hear girls talk about it more. Boys tend to hold it in for a lot longer.
Absolutely. Yeah. The boys are not as, they're not going to talk about it as much because boys
Right.
are often told, you have to man up and just deal with it. And, we're thankfully we are getting more progressive with that whole thing, and, with the military and everything, that's another brainwashing thing. But, it's just, we need to be there for our men and our boys just as much as we are for our women. If they are suffering and you see them wanting to reach out or looking like they want to reach out, just be there for them because they go through a lot too. And this isn't just a gender specific type thing. This is both all people, whether they're male, female, non-binary, other, it doesn't matter. People are people, and everybody is going to go through something. And just knowing that there's somebody there for them sometimes, it will help them decide that they're not going to hurt themselves. Like they might have a thought, and then knowing that somebody cares, it might change their perspective a little bit, like, oh, somebody does care about me. I don't have to do this.
Right.
And so, I just wanted to throw that out there because it's really important. Mental health is a very important, topic for me, of course, as I know it is for you guys and a lot of people in our chat. And, everybody matters. Everybody is cared for. Allegedly always says, if anybody needs to talk, just send her an email. And Discord too. If you guys are on Discord and you're struggling, reach out to one of us. Most of us, we put ourselves out there like, you need to talk, we're here for you.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for that.
Of course.
Absolutely. I wanted to say hey to people coming in. I forgot what else I was going to say. It slipped my mind. Thank you guys for coming in. Oh, I remember what I was going to say now. I saw a lot of you in the comments section talked about personal things and that was going on with you. And I saw some people are sick, some people have lost some people in their lives. And I just wanted to say, I'm sorry that anybody's going through anything right now. And like Sarah said, if you need to talk to somebody, you can come hang out in Discord, and you can also email me. I need to check my email because I haven't in a couple of days. I've been super busy. I will drop the Discord link. I'll probably have to put it in the description box because it doesn't let me access my live from my phone for whatever reason. But I will drop it in the description of this live so you guys can have it.
The man. And like, I did not completely 100% trust the man, but in my, like, the logic in my head was saying, he's been in your life for 7 years. Nothing's happened. He hasn't shown you anything that he's weird or that he's done or that he's interested in her or said anything about her body or talked to her about her in any specific way that like.
But if he hadn't done that, then why are you concerned about the Woody Allen comment? Like, why would that even cross your mind if none of those things had happened? I can't. my fiance now, or my husband, we've been together for 7 years, the same as her, evidently. And I would never, like, that thought would never even cross my mind for me to even have to say, I don't want the Woody Allen situation to happen with my children or my stepchildren or whoever. Like, that thought, I would never, ever even think that, because I know better. Like, for you to say that tells me that something happened.
It's a whole level of gross.
Yeah. There was something made you say that. It's not normal.
Freak me out. He's never said anything like that or shown me any of those signs. So I thought I could trust him, that he was safe, that he was a good guy, and that he was taking care of my baby and loved her the way I loved her. But I was wrong.
Yes.
And again, just saying it like, I was wrong. Just feel sorry for me. I paused it because I did put the Discord link in the description box. So if you guys want to come hang out on Discord, it is free. There's always somebody there to talk to as well. I come in and out when I'm not dealing with the family or working on stuff for the lives.
I dropped it in the chat too.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Sub Rosa said, well, she had a rule for a long, long time, for years. Yeah, that fake ass rule. I don't think there was ever a rule. Thank you, Beach Bum.
You may think he was whatever.
They redacted it.
I know.
And it's redacted, but I think she's cried because she knows she's not having the right reaction, and he's not buying her line of bullshit. And I mean, and that's what it is. It's a line of bullshit.
That fake crying, I can't.
That is the worst, man. I mean, I wonder if there was actually any tears. I know we don't see the video right now, but like that's
Here's how
what.
you know there are no tears. She's not sniffing and there's no snot. Because when you
Yeah.
start crying, your
No
nose will
snotting.
run. Even like for a long time after you're done crying, your nose is still running.
Yep.
Sometimes you don't even cry that much. You shed like one actual tear, and the rest will just come out your nose, and you keep like sniffing and sniffing and sniffing, even if it's like one drop, but you're sniffing. No snot, no sniffing, no tears.
I get emotional and I start getting all snotty and all sniffly.
Yeah.
I mean, I get ugly crying sometimes, and it's a hot mess. So this bull crap without, no, I'm
That's how we
sorry.
know. Like, I wish we could see her face, but I'm glad that we don't. But you know what I mean? Like, I just learned that this year. I'm like, oh, no sniffling, no snot, no crying.
Yeah, exactly. Like when people have the lack of empathy, when they have that personality type, that is the antisocial personality disorder, because the sociopath, psychopath, it's more of like a symptom under that personality disorder than it is an actual disorder. But it's just like the lack of empathy, they don't know how to behave with the normal emotions of people. Like, they don't have that ability, so they mimic. They look and see, well, what do people do when they're sad? Because I'm not getting these feelings. Like, I'm not, this person's hurt, but I don't feel anything for them. What would somebody do if they came across this? So they mimic it. So if somebody's not truly sad but they're crying, they're not going to make tears, because that's genuine human emotion, which they're incapable of, unless they've got like Visine or something. But still, you don't get the snap. You get it's, I don't know, it's fascinating.
Yeah. I would love to research some of that like you do.
So I need you to, I know this is a lot, but Monday morning, I really need you to focus on his actions Monday morning.
Okay.
So you go to help him with the dog. Okay.
Yeah.
And do you or do you not see Maddie?
I do not see Maddie.
Okay. At that time, would it be normal for her to be awake, getting up, ready for school?
Yes.
Okay. And according to you, she typically does that in her bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. When you go out of your bedroom to help him with this dog.
I never left my bedroom.
Oh, you didn't?
He was in my bedroom. He walked in. The dog was on top of my bed, and he went to leash the dog on top of my bed. I got off the bed to try to help him with that, and then he said, "No, go back to sleep." So I did.
Okay. He tells you that he took Maddie to school, and
See, my biggest problem with all of the story now is the McDonald's thing. Like that's the biggest indicator of something fishy going on as far as Jen knowing, because we know that the whole fucking McDonald's thing, excuse me, I didn't mean to cuss, but we know it's all BS because it was what he needed to say in order to explain why they left so early.
And drops her off somewhere near the school so she could walk because she doesn't want to be seen inside of his car.
Yeah.
Okay, do you believe him?
I don't think so.
Why?
I don't think so.
Because the evidence, because the photos, because of what you're telling me. Because he's clearly a liar. I want to hope my daughter's alive and out there and that she was taken. I don't know anymore.
Well, I can be fairly confident that a stranger did not take Maddie. The only person she was with was Stefan.
Why would he go to Northport?
I don't know. I don't know what's in Northport other than his parents. Did you know he was going to Northport?
I thought when I woke up and he wasn't in the hotel, I thought he had gone to the Target Plaza right next door to.
So the trial is in September, and I think that's for the CSAM. I don't think it's the homicide trial yet. Okay, sorry, hold on.
The hotel we were staying at, because he likes to go shopping when he's stressed. But that's not what happened according to you guys. He actually went all the way to Northport and came back.
So when he gets stressed, he likes to go shopping.
Yeah.
Okay, did he tell you he was going shopping on Monday?
He was gonna go stop at a few game shops to see if they had any Lorcana cards for sale.
Do you see how her voice immediately goes back to normal?
Yep, I did just notice that.
Oh, he likes to go to Target and buy cards. Oh yeah, so he likes to go to Wawa and buy a drink.
Yep.
Yeah, so he likes Tamagotchis.
It's really quick. I mean,
Jen, even Amber Heard's better than that.
you know, like when I ugly cry, I mean, it takes me a while to be able to even talk. If I'm like legitimately crying like that and somebody's asking me something, I can't speak first without just blubbering at the same time. So yeah, I call bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, you would be like sobbing, like I don't know, like you're ugly crying, you're sobbing, you can't catch your breath. Yeah. And she's like, oh yeah, so he likes to go to like buy playing cards. So
Way too calm.
Yep. She just turned that shit right off. Diamond Girl says September 22nd is court for the homicide. February's for the CSAM. I know there's one in February and September, so that's what I would think right now, as far as the dates go for that. Somebody asked when this interview was. I thought this was before the CSAM. She gets hit with that, but I think it might be afterward. I'm not sure the actual time of this interview. I need to write it down because I need I thought I had the interviews in order in the Madeline Soto playlist, but I don't. So I need to get the exact order of these and get them lined up in order. because she just referenced seeing the pictures. Like, well, I wouldn't think so now because you showed me the pictures. But again, you referenced the Woody Allen comment way before any of that. So what the hell? Anyway.
Would that be considered stressful shopping? In your mind or your eyes?
No, because he does this often. He'll want to see what stores have what in stock to see if he can afford to buy it or not.
Mm-hmm.
He'll go from shop to shop. He does this.
Okay. So going back to, he says he drops Maddie off and he sees her walking towards the school. And then did he tell you where he went after that?
He said he drove around for a little bit, killing time, and then
Killing time for what?
for the vape shop to open.
Okay.
And then I think he told me he waited. No, he told me he waited in front of the vape shop for it to open. But I think that it didn't open. It never opened in time when it was supposed to.
You know what vape shop he went to?
Yes. Let me pull it up. And I know that I brought this vape shop up to one of the other detectives earlier, and I had shown them this location. But that vape shop is located in a plaza where it has an Amscot on one corner and a bank on the other corner. So if you guys could probably find video footage of if he was even there, pulling in and out. That's in Hunter's Creek.
And you know for a fact this is where he went?
That's where he told me. Yeah. If it's any vape shop, it's this vape shop. And
Why that one? Why that specific one?
he likes the brand, the e-smoker company. And that's where he gets all of his vape stuff. He won't go to any other.
Sorry, if they said anything important, let me know. I had to step out to try to get some coffee, and the kids were asking me questions, so I was trying to listen, but I might have missed something. If I did, I apologize. This picture.
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
She was just talking about what he prefers as far as vaping and how picky he is and how he goes to a million different stores but only gets it from one store. It's like, who cares?
Right. This picture of Stefan, he's actually holding a phallic symbol. He's actually holding it. Like I had to erase that what he's holding.
That's gross.
Yeah, it's insane. Like I can tell it's a Halloween party because the girl behind him, but I'm like, I mean, even at a Halloween party, even at an adult Halloween party, why would you go with a thing hanging out of your outfit? Like,
Nasty.
yeah, he's just weird, man.
The other vape shop around here. He goes to that one.
What time is this vape shop supposed to open? Does it say on there?
10 a.m.
Okay. When you guys are here, are you guys assigned garage remotes for the? How many of those do you have?
I have one. Stefan has one. I'm not sure if Angelica or Natalie have one.
I mean, is it something you keep in your pocket or?
I keep in my car.
What about Stefan?
I think sometimes he leaves it in the car. Sometimes he brings it in with himself. It depends.
Why would he bring it
Can you
inside?
pause for just a sec?
I'm not sure.
Does that seem normal to you?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
Did
sorry.
you ask me?
Do you see how
Okay.
weird that is? That her two roommates that live there don't have a clicker for the gate, but this dumbass does, and he doesn't live there.
Yeah,
So
actually.
we can see where her priorities lie. Her priorities is Stefan Stearns. Her whole
Yep.
world is this dumbass right there. That's her whole world. Because
Yeah.
not even the two people that pay rent and live in her house pay rent don't have a
Right.
gay clicker. But this dumbass who pays no rent, eats all the food, does whatever he wants, leaves a big ass mess, he has a gay
Mm-hmm.
clicker.
Yeah,
If I
and
was
that's a good.
roommate, I'd be pissed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, the
That's
clicker, the remote control. Yeah, I know. He says clicker. I'm like, gay clicker. I forgot my clicker. You know,
that's a
like
that's a great
That's
point.
her. It never dawned on me, you know. And I've heard all of these interviews like 100 times. Well, you know, and I'm like, he has a clicker, she has one, and their roommates don't. And he
Yeah.
comes in the resident, like
Thank you so much.
slot, or not the slot, like the, you know, where it's at the resident or a guest where they come in, whatever, you know, because like he doesn't live there, but he lives there. His stuff is still getting sent there. That's just so annoying. It's just all of these little details. She lies so much, but at the same time, she tells us so much. It's just like information overload.
Yep. And that's why I love going through these interviews with you guys, because we all pick up on new things every time we hear them. Okay.
To bring a garage remote inside the house?
No. But he said that morning he left the house. He said that morning he left the house and then returned again because he forgot the garage clicker, so he came back to get the clicker. I don't know how true that is or not.
Do you think that was odd?
He's a very forgetful guy. I don't fucking know what to think of him anymore.
Okay.
I don't know if he's lying. I don't know. I don't know.
All right. So you know you're.
I wonder, why did he go back that morning? Like, what is it that he had to do? What made it to where he had to go back that morning? Because he was at the dumpsters at 7:35. At 8:10, they caught him on camera leaving the school. And what is so important that you have to come back and your excuse is the clicker and then go back out? Like, what did you forget? What did you have to get rid of? What was it?
I wonder if
Weird.
maybe he forgot to throw something in the trash, or he thought like, oh, I'm going to, because you know how he threw her and Maddie's stuff in the trash and then covered it with paint.
Well, yeah,
Ugly, so people couldn't see what it was, you know?
I've seen the pictures of it. I don't know if he did that or somebody else threw paint on it, but
Yeah,
it
that's
is
true. It could have been
suspicious.
someone else.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Like
it could have been
one
someone
thing,
else,
like,
but like, who else would just dump paint in a, you know, if you're getting rid of some old paint, you just throw it in whatever package it's in. You're not
That's
gonna,
true.
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I never thought, like you said, that could have been someone else. I'm like, yeah, but like, yeah, it could have been someone else, but why would you just dump out the paint? You would just leave it in whatever package it's in.
Yeah, that's true.
I wonder if maybe he was like, oh, let me go cover that up better. Who knows?
Fisher Blue said her stuff was in white plastic bags, so he did that. I did not know that.
All around.
Yeah. That's Maddie asleep in the car.
Maddie's not asleep in the car.
See, this is where she gets told that, yeah, she gets shown the picture. This was important for me. I'm going to back it up just a little bit. Let's listen again. I'm going to have to make that my quote. Listen intently. Let's listen intently.
Think that was odd?
He's a very forgetful guy. I don't fucking know what to think of him anymore. I don't know if he's lying. I don't know. I don't know.
All right. So you know you're.
Oh, yeah, the redaction.
All around.
Yeah. That's Maddie asleep in the car.
Maddie's not asleep in the car.
What do you mean?
Do you believe Maddie's asleep there?
Is she dead?
I don't know.
Okay,
No
first
surprise
of
behind.
all, who has a reaction like that? Is she dead? Just normal tone. Not, I mean, again, it seems more like you're trying to cover something up. And if the cop looked at it and was like, yeah, she's not asleep there, like, it has to be blatantly obvious that she's not asleep. So how are you looking at this picture and not saying, wait a minute, there's something wrong with that picture? Why does she look like that? No, you're like, she's asleep. It's all good. She sleeps like that with, her whole body slumped over and her mouth ajar and something holding her neck to the seat. That's how she sleep. Like, what? She's obviously deceased. If the cop is picking up on the fact that she's deceased, how are you not picking up on the fact that she's deceased? Unless you already knew she was deceased in those pictures and you're trying to act like you didn't know and trying to cover for yourself by being like,
Yeah.
oh, I didn't realize.
She's way too
There's no like
calm.
real emotion right there.
Yeah. Why
Sorry,
why are you trying to play it off like you think she's asleep? I mean, it's got to be blatantly obvious. I wish I could see the picture, but I already know it's blatantly obvious that she's not sleeping. So why is she lying and being like, oh, she's not asleep? Huh. And then like, is she dead? Ma'am, that's your child?
We don't know where she's at.
It's an odd way for her to be laying down sleeping.
And again, so calm. That's an odd way for her to be laying down sleeping. It sure is. That's suspicious. Like, you're talking about a freaking somebody, a piece of paper laying on a table. There's no emotion. Abellis, that was super sweet of you. Thank you so much for gifting 20 memberships. Thank you for being so supportive. That was so sweet. Thank you. If you guys were gifted a membership from Abellis, please tell her thank you. That was so sweet of you. Thank you, sweetheart. I'll play our little clip. Thank you so much, Abellis.
Hey, lovely.
Yeah.
I am gonna hop down. Thank you for having me up. You are
Yeah.
all absolutely awesome, but I have a few things I gotta do, but I will still be listening and in and out of chat, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate your
Thank
input.
you. It was awesome.
Thank you.
So this is at 7:30 in the morning. Ish.
It's way too early.
But you said
She said that's way
you
too
thought around
early.
8 o'clock.
Because I assumed that he was getting her ready for school. So that would be the time he'd wake me up and take her. Was there there?
Just for the recording, this is a video from
Hold on a
within the
minute.
complex that shows the front.
It's an odd way for her to be laying down sleeping.
So this is at 7:30 in the morning.
If the picture he has of her, of Madeline in the car asleep, like, or quote unquote asleep, but deceased, was taken at 7:30 in the morning, and that means that he had already left by 7:30 when she's been spouting that he was walking the dog and woke her up at between 7 and 8. So for him to be driving around, have Maddie in the car strapped in and all that by 7:30, he had to be out the door by like 7. I mean, I just don't see it being enough time for him to have gone in the room, even if he went at 7 o'clock in the morning. He didn't have enough time to go in the room, leash the dog, walk the dog, bring the dog back, take Maddie out, and be in the car driving where they caught him on camera at 7:30. because he had to be on his way to the dumpster. Okay, so they caught him in the complex driving with her in the seat like that, and he had to be on the way to the dumpster because he was at the dumpster at 7:35. So, I mean, that means that her whole time frame again is off, because even if everything happened right at 7 o'clock, that's still off. Like, there's not enough time. Yeah, y'all keep saying the dog thing never happened and McDonald's never happened. I know McDonald's never happened and that it was an excuse. It's weird to me that she talks about them coming up with it the night before. I need to prove the dog thing never happened. That's weird to me.
The neighbors said they never saw him walk the dog.
Yeah, but I mean, that's like,
Yeah,
you know,
that specific
normally.
day also. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And it's funny because, like, on this specific day, what a huge coincidence that a bunch of stuff happened that never happens. He took her to school, which he never does. They went
Yeah.
to McDonald's for breakfast, which they never do, because I think in one interview, Jen said that she has breakfast. Maddie has
Yeah.
breakfast at home or whatever. But she never mentions it, like, you know, we get McDonald's for breakfast every day. She
Right.
forgot her phone at home, which she never does. This dumbass forgot his phone at home, which he never does.
Yeah. And you
He
did
forgets the
something.
clicker, which he always leaves in the car. And then he
Okay,
walks the
Loudmouth.
dog, which he also never does. Like,
Right.
it's just way too many. Oh my goodness, 100 new things in one day, and that one day something went terribly wrong.
Yeah. And I cannot fathom that she didn't know. I'm just trying to see what we can prove. And somebody said she saw him at 8:15. They have him leaving the actual school at 8:10. Why did he go to the school and like drive through the freaking parking lot and leave at 8:10? Like, that's, again, what are you doing?
Maybe so cameras could capture him near the school.
Yeah, I guess, but like, why not go to the church? Like they have him. I need to find. It's in one of the documents, and I guess I'll share it on a community post and circle it. But I wrote it down. 8:10 driving away from the school. So why is he? I mean, unless it means he was in the generalized area, but I would think that meant he's driving away, like he's just been at the school and driving away from it at 8:10 in the morning. Why did he do that? Like, why my thing is, like, why didn't it say driving away from the Peace United Methodist preschool at 8:10? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of the school. You know what I mean? I don't
Yeah.
know, it's just weird.
He was just meandering and killing time.
Yeah, but like, why put yourself at the school when you said you didn't even go there? Because he said he never went to the school. He went to Peace United the church or whatever, and
Yeah.
dropped her off. He never said he went to the school. So why put yourself at the school if you never claimed to go there? You know? I don't know. It's just weird. He panicked and drove everywhere. That's a possibility, Teresa.
Yeah, because he went all the way to SeaWorld. Like, he drove all over the place with Maddie in the car.
Yeah.
For hours. You know?
Yeah.
I think he was like looking for a place to dump her body.
Yeah.
I mean, not obviously at the school, but you know what I mean. But
Right.
like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, it makes no sense, but maybe he was like panicking.
Yeah.
You know, unless, I mean, I don't know, right? I'm not an expert on criminals, but like, I would imagine that if it's your first time committing something like this, you would be panicking, even if it was hour earlier and you thought you've been going over a story and a cover up and an alibi for hours and hours. You're still gonna be like on edge.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, because they're like, sure, I'll just drive around, dump her body. Okay, but where though?
Right.
You know, where? You're just like
Yeah.
going everywhere. You know.
Yep. Yep. Lexi said, I think Maddie was going to stay at her grandma's that birthday night. And when Stefan got news of her plans, he lost it. And Jen had her come home instead and again gave Stefan complete access to Maddie. It's a possibility. Leah says that Stefan probably put Maddie in the car before 6 a.m. I mean, with this current timeline, I would think, I mean, it's possible that he woke Jen up at 7, walked the dog, came back with the dog, and put Maddie in, and was driving at 7:30 in the complex and at the dumpster at 7:35, I suppose, but that's a tight time frame. He did do laundry, which he never does. And again, there's just so many signs that Jen knew. I'm just trying to see what we can actually prove, you know what I mean, by doing the timelines like this.
But you said you thought around 8 o'clock.
Because I assumed that he was getting her ready for school. So that would be the time he'd wake me up and take her. Was earlier.
Just for the reporting, this is a video from within the complex that shows the front angle through the windshield.
Yes. So the next picture is going to be Maddie in the front seat of Stefan's car. You see right here?
Mm-hmm.
That's taken at 9 o'clock near SeaWorld.
9 o'clock in the morning?
Mm-hmm. I'm hoping you can tell me that.
See, even then, it's the like the way she says that. It's like, to me, she's trying to fake her reaction. Like, I know I should be like if I didn't know about this, I'd be like, what the hell? Where did he go? Like the way she whispers it and talks real soft because she gets animated about everything else. Hey, little red.
Like maybe she was just surprised in the sense of like, where did he go? I don't
Yeah.
know. Why did he go there? You know?
Yeah. Little Red said, I think he put her in the car sitting up as soon as it happened. She would have been too stiff to move if he had waited. So part of the document that I dropped last night, it said that it happened on the 25th. Let's see, how long does it take for, I have no idea how to spell rigor mortis. Oh, rigor mortis to set in. Rigor mortis typically begins to set within 2 to 6 hours after death, reaching its full development within 8 to 12 hours and can last up to 24 hours or more depending on environmental factors like temperature. However, the exact time frame can vary significantly between individuals and situations. It says onset usually noticeable within 2 hours after death. Full development occurs around 8 to 12 hours post-mortem. Duration, rigidity can persist for up to 24 hours or more, and environmental temperature, it would be faster in warm conditions. Muscle mass and individual physiology, can influence the onset and duration of rigor mortis. So we know it would have been warm. I don't know if it would have necessarily been hot. So it says noticeable within 2 hours. Full development is 8 to 12 hours, but then they get loose again after 24 hours. So that would mean she had either been dead for 24 hours, which we know is not the case because she came home Sunday night at 8:30. She's not fully rigor mortis because 12 hours would be at 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock. 12 hours would have mean it happened like right after she got home. So I would say it happened 6 to 7 hours before he's driving around with her. But I mean, again, it would depend on how floppy her body is, right? Because like, not to get graphic, but like Cozy, I'm sorry you're gone. I didn't mean to boot you. I'll drop the link again. If she's like flopping around in the car, then that means rigor mortis hasn't set in at all. If she stays in the exact same position the whole time, like he might have been able to get her in there and she's stuck in that position because rigor mortis has set in. You know what I mean? Like he might could have bent her body and had her a certain way, and that was the best he could do because of rigor mortis. But I don't know. I don't know. It's a good point. Around 2 a.m. makes sense to me. Right, and it does to me too, but then I look at that paper that said the 25th. So unless that's an estimate or they're wrong on the paper that said the 25th, it's weird because they would say, you know, that it happened the 26th if it was early morning. I think it was in the 50s or 60s. So it's not going to be too hot, not too cold. Bellis, I hope you have a good night, honey. I don't know where Cozy went. I'm going to drop the link just in case anybody else wants to come up. I'm going to have to go soon, too. We've been on for 3.5 hours. I got to cook dinner. We got to do our family church here at the house and all that. Synth said that was why he used the leash. Right. But, like, he's using the leash to hold her there. Is it because she's like flopping all over the place? Or is it because that's how the only position he could get her in the rigor mortis? Like, I think they said she stayed in that position, the exact same position the whole time they have him on camera, which would mean when he's turning curves and stuff, she's not flopping around. So that would make me think rigor mortis had set in, and that that would make me think rigor mortis had set in and he was kind of on the leash because he got her body in a specific position and then used the leash to hold it in that position. Hey, Bazzard.
Hey, that's all good. I'm back. So I was just trying to catch up a little bit what you guys were talking about. Now, I kind of got an inkling of it. So to me, it almost sounds like I'm going over my previous theory where maybe it was, could it be like he killed her earlier in the like right around the time that she was supposed to get up in the morning?
It could be.
Explains why she was still, unfortunately not rigor mortis, and not rigor mortis yet.
Yeah. If she wasn't, though, she could have been, because they say she stays in the exact same position. And again, I mean, I don't know, because that document says the 25th. So I would think if it happened in the early morning hours, they would say the 26th. But I mean, that could have been a guesstimate based on, like you guys said earlier, cell phone activity, a number of things.
So yeah, it does now to me. It does sound like, oh well, yeah, it could have been maybe this report is saying the 25th, but I mean, it could be possible that yeah, she probably was killed maybe that morning, or at least maybe an hour or two that morning.
Yeah.
Which then would relate to I can't remember which roommate was the one that heard the noise, but did she say what time that was again? She heard the noise.
She said at night. She said that night she heard him moving stuff around, but I mean, she doesn't even get home till like 11:30.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah.
That's the weird. The timing is so bizarre.
Yeah. Trying to figure it out. I mean, because like I said, I want to go with the 25th because that's what's on the paper. That would be, I mean, I would think that would be exact. But then I'm like, again, how did he? But if she's staying in the same position and you think about like, a limp body in a car while you're turning curves, doing U-turns and circles and all of this, and the body's in the same position the whole entire time, I would think rigor mortis had set in. Because otherwise, it would be flopping all over the place. Like her face would have went up against the damn passenger window and then back to the, you know what I mean?
Well, I always assumed, I know they never showed, of course, the police and detectives never showed the visual footage of her in the car, but I always assumed that he just put a seatbelt on her and maybe put like something else on her, like maybe like well, he already threw away her book bag, but maybe something else that he could have like placed on her to look like she was holding onto it to keep her stable.
Yeah, I think the dog leash was used too. I think he put the dog leash around her neck, but again, that's an assumption. I don't know.
Yeah, that's wow. I mean, it's really messed up when you have to think about that, but the possibility is endless, unfortunately.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. I'm not trying to be insensitive. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Oh, no, yeah. No, I mean, like I said, this is what us true crime sleuths really are like. We have to get in the dirty and talk about what could have happened. But yeah, that's what I said. That's where I caught up now. But yeah, I feel now with my original kind of idea that what we're going over the documents, Pop was killed at least earlier, just maybe an hour or two before the supposed get up time.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking so.
But
Go ahead.
Oh no, I would say, but then I guess it still makes you wonder with the Jen situation, where does she fit in that time frame of if quote unquote she found out that Maddie was dead? You know, it's like where does she fit in that time frame?
Right. Because it's weird to me about the McDonald's comment because again, like I've said before, that I know it was a cover for why he had to leave so early. So for you to say it was planned the night before would tell me she was deceased the night before, and either he told you they were planning on doing that or you knew about what had happened.
Right.
So
it's good and far, and like for us, I would say I kind of go along with you where I thought it's either in between. Either she was already gone by the time Jen came, or she was still alive. And like I was saying before, maybe she was killed just a few hours earlier. And then Jen, of course, was up and knew because Stinky told her.
Yeah.
And they came up with that. Probably they did come up with the McDonald's story that day, at least.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're saying that, whatever happened, it could have happened that early morning and then Jen knew about it and they're trying to figure out like how to take care of things. And they say, okay, well, we'll say that you were going to go to McDonald's and you can go ahead and leave basically right now with her. And then the story will be, or even later they came up with that. That's a good thought. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
To me, if I was in a situation like that, that'd be like the only thing I could probably think of, or at least maybe come up with a better lie. But yeah, I feel like what Cozy was saying, a lot of people who commit murders for the first time, they're going to panic, they're going to freak out, they're going to make a lot of mistakes, and definitely Stefan or Stinky. I'm going to go with Stinky. He made a lot of mistakes early on. So especially like with the photos with his underwear and her freaking laundry basket, like but I don't know if you're gonna still be on because he said it was like 3 hours. But yeah, I just was gonna try to catch up and speak with the rest of you. Who was left? But I see Cozy's gone. But yeah, other than that, just want to quickly stop by and just check out what's going on. But I really appreciate. Yeah, really appreciate you on. Oh hey.
Hey, I think she muted. Her mic was on, but she okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. I was just gonna head out, but and then since it's here, when am I hearing what they have to say?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. She might be muted. You can
Yeah,
say
I'm here. I just wanted to not talk over everybody else.
No, it's good. Nice to hear from you.
I didn't want to talk over everybody else. I was waiting until y'all were done.
Okay.
But what I wanted to say is there was a couple of things, and I don't want to forget my tangent, so forgive me.
Okay.
11:49 was the Telegram thing when he was uploading a video. Okay, we have to remember that. I think this is what happened because Maddie had not been there for a few months. All right. We know from Grish, they were in the shower, they did the preparatory stuff. He gave her an extra dose of medication. Just go with this theory. This is my theory. This is kind of a newer one because as we're going through all this stuff, kind of newer things are popping in. And this is my latest way this is going.
Okay.
The only way that Jen could really be as clueless and yet still know is if Stefan, well, number one, she did not see Maddie that night at all. So I'm going to just put that straight out there. She didn't see Maddie at all that night. She saw her very, very, very early in the morning, and I'll say why in a minute. But
Okay.
Stefan got her ready. The shower, the toothbrushes, they're in bed. He's given her the extra dose. It's like anyone on any kind of addictive substance. If you go to it, why do? They go overdose because it's too much. The body was out of it. That was not in the system. And then they go to do it at the same strength or higher.
Yep. And they overdose.
And then you have that. So my thought is, but the only reason why it would be around midnight-ish that the guy would say this, the coroner, at the 25th, is because when she was already up in the nest, we have to remember that terminology that he said. She's already up in her nest. Okay. We already know that's a patio word they use. It goes back to Shakespeare, which I found which made me disgusted because I love Shakespeare. But that's what they used to call a woman's mons veronis. That's what they used to call her devil's her Christmas tree. Okay. And
oh wow.
Okay. So that nest is the bush. That's why they call it a bush.
Okay.
All right. That's where we get that vernacular from. All right. So when he was saying she's all cozy and her nest is all blah, 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 in my mind, he's saying, I've done what I needed to do. Everything was good. And she's asleep. And it's like, we're good now. Because she yelled at him like around 11:38. Make sure you guys are asleep. And she needs to blah, blah, blah. When she's really giving her code for like, you better be effing done because the roommate's getting home, or she just walked through the door and you need to be done. Because that's when the other, right? Okay, so think of that. They go to sleep. Stefan thinks everything's fine. Okay, because he's done whatever and he's been aggressive or whatever. And she just falls asleep. So he's so dumb. Falls asleep, wakes up a couple hours later, and shit says, she's vomited on herself. She self-asphyxiated on the vomit. Okay? Which is why you have that. He's sitting there freaking out, but he knows he can't go get Jen because, as we've heard before from the roommates, when they try to go wake up Jen and she's on her meds, they couldn't get her to wake up when her car had been in an accident. Because she was so in it. But people like that, they only sleep hard like that for a couple hours. So he just had to wait until she did wake up. Okay. So he's sitting there the whole time in his, rocking and, so he's probably cleaning some things up and cleaning this up in his own dirty way and his own stupid way. Jen wakes up. They say, okay, this is what we're going to do, Stefan. We're going to say this. We're going to do this. And this is how we're going to do it from now on. And this is how it goes. And if we stick to the story.
Yep.
And if we stick to the story, because the both of them fed each other's necrosis. They each fed the thing that was wrong with them.
Right.
Instead of taking that and harnessing it and flipping it and using it for good, these two effers fed each other. Okay. And Maddie, unfortunately, was their pawn.
Yeah.
Okay. And it goes back to the safe, sane, consensual. Yeah, you can't do any of that until you're 25, honestly. This is why boys are, they take longer in school. They develop it a little differently. This is why they have to be on a parent's insurance till they're 25, but yet you can go into the military when you're 18. There's already very confusing standards just normally. And then people try to throw in, oh, she sat on my lap. She loved me. No, dude, you knew, right? Yeah. But JS, somehow, it's like, she's such a good thing with the potato because all I see is these eyes popping up all over her. And each eye makes her blinder.
Yeah.
Whereas the rest of us, more eyes would make us see everything. I used to do reenactment. I used to do Renaissance stuff. And one of the things that Queen Elizabeth always had was eyes in her, in the gowns or in the background of the pictures because it meant she was always listening. The eyes to always see. She was always aware. She was always omnipresent. So these two clowns were feeding off without, like, because Jen always says, he didn't have money. He didn't take me on a date. That's why we broke up. Okay. But I'm going to let him stay here and mooch. But his dad's the one who's paying her rent money.
Uh-huh.
Steven's not giving her money. So it's not like she's being completely bereft of his functions, because the dad made it sound like he was paying for the whole damn condo himself. When we know that's not the truth. Okay. The roommates were each paying quite a bit. I think it came up to like $1,500 just the two roommates. Okay. And they didn't even get to use a living room. And they barely got to use the kitchen.
Yeah, it would have been
Right?
$1,550. Yeah. Yeah.
And why again, if you have people that you are, why not have the living room set up as a living room?
Right.
Why not have a pull-out sofa bed like normal people, or a pull-out futon? And yes, she did have a room. She had a room until Juan and the roommate and them left, and Stefan became the boyfriend, and then he moved in. So yes, she did have a room. It wasn't when she was a baby, like she said, because there were no other roommates until Juan
You're
took
actually
that
right,
one lady
yeah.
in that one time, and that was a very temporary situation. Sorry, did you want to say something?
No, I was gonna say, yeah, I agree with you. You're right that when the grandfather was there and when Stefan was in there, clearly what the teacher was saying and other people were saying she was doing good at school. Only up until Stinky Stearns came by, the things changed again.
Yeah. And I think that's why, again, he hadn't started being in love with her. I think he started doing CSAM to do the CSAM, because that's just what was in him. He was broke that way.
Yeah.
Then he fell in love. Then they started using, or he used it as, I'm going to say I'm in love with her and to continue so she can keep doing this with me. But I think at some point it did become a love or a infatuation or an obsession, to where the fantasy of it took over. And this is why he drove around with her body. He could not let go. I mean, if you watch, I don't know how many of these episodes of these shows, there was one I distinctly remember where the guy was going around and killing women to harvest parts of their body to put on the dead mother's body so that the lips would be soft when he kissed her, and that the feet, the toes had to get cut off to fit the shoes and stuff. And they will keep them around. Norman Bates, hello. So people do this in real life.
But
and that's where we get our stories from. It's been like this for millennia.
The issue I would have is that I do believe Hio told me that the cause of death was strangulation. So would that necessarily be asphyxiation, or would they consider
Well, and I think that's part of it, is that he was doing it while she was asleep, knocked out.
Right.
And that something happened and he's like, oh, well, she's asleep. This is how it goes. You're supposed to and sometimes.
Well, I was gonna say, I'm sorry to interrupt. Didn't they say her hyoid bone wasn't completely
I know it's really
broken?
hard to break that. The only other thing I could think of was that she came too early, and he went to quiet her, and he fit.
Yeah.
And because he's a big guy. One of the roommates said he's a big guy.
Yeah.
So, and she starts freaking out because she's like, what the hell? Again, that's where it gets weird to me, because that's when I start thinking of that poor lady in France and that stuff happening to her for 10 years and her not knowing and just having weird body things and not understanding, why did I always feel this and there's something wrong with my body, but we don't talk about those things, So like, even with the doctor, she probably went and was thinking like, oh, we always, I don't know how many years I go in there and I'm like, oh yeah, I was supposed to talk about this and this, because you get one thing in 20 minutes. You have 17 things wrong with you that you don't remember to go to. Oh, by the way, did I mention that my nether parts are always really sore and I have all these weird infections, and yet I haven't had sex for 10 years with my husband? Like, it boggles your mind, but it's happening. And if it hadn't been recorded, we would not know. No one would believe this poor lady. So and sometimes I think that kind of happened with Maddie somehow, in that when she was aware and she was engaging in it, he used the brainwashing cult technique of, I love you. I'm taking care of you. Look what we're doing together. Wait till you're old enough and we'll go away. And da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then when that last separation happened, because she still sent him the coins, that was like December or January. I can't remember exactly when they did the flip the coins decisions thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so Maddie was still in the part of the fantasy with him.
Yeah.
You need to get this for us.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think you need that for your Tamagotchi thing. Okay. It comes with a little thing in the Tamagotchi thing to feed the stupid thing like that. But,
Yeah.
right. So she had a big fight with her mom in one of the interviews. I can't remember which one, where Jen and her told, go on. When you're 18, go. You're going to go. You're out of here. You're the F out of here. Right. So Maddie's like, well, what the hell? You don't want me around. I mean, who doesn't want to snuggle with their child on the night of the birthday party? They come back. I didn't want her hugging me. I didn't want her touching me. What?
I was tired. I had work.
What? Are you joking me right now? You clown?
Yeah.
Honestly. I mean, she's lucky I don't live anywhere close to effing Florida. Because that's all I got to say. I'm older and I have good insurance, and the car's already 20 years old, and it wouldn't matter to me. I'm not going to lie.
There's a lot of mothers out there and fathers. I feel like mothers that want to chat with Jen one-on-one.
I think of that scene in Airplane, the original, 76 or something.
Oh, yes,
They're
yes.
in the aisle, and they're all going to slap. They want to get that lady that's going hysterical, and they're all in a line. And one's got a monkey wrench and a ruler, and like you know what I mean? Like everybody's waiting to give it to this lady to shut the F. I feel like there's there's got to be like a good couple thousand of us right now following Jen around spiritually, and I hope she feels that essence. She needs to feel that essence. Because shoot, I know from personal business, if I say so to the Lord, some things can happen. So I'm trying to not be that person no more. But I'm just saying.
Yeah. Totally understand.
Ooh, girl.
Well, I heard
but
people.
Yeah, no, I wanted to put that in. So that's with the rigor mortis and all that kind of stuff. It could plausibly be why they put it at that time. Is what I'm just saying, because that's kind of it's like their technical time of when that is like when you're working graveyard. It could still technically cover till 3 a.m. or 5 p.m. So we have to think of that too.
Yeah, it's just weird. I mean, I would think if it happened the early morning hours, they would have put the 26th.
Right. So this makes me think it happened when she was in her nest, as he said.
Yeah.
And he uploaded the thing thinking she was just asleep, and then whatever. Did she wake up later, start freaking out, and then he did it? Had she already kind of been throwing up and she was choking and she started freaking out, and he was like, instead of helping, he more, and we will not ever know, because neither of these fools are going to tell the fudging truth. Unfortunately.
Well, I mean, it just depends on what they can prove through.
Well, he's not a Murdoch. Murdoch wants to talk about himself all the damn time out loud, and Stefan never did.
Yeah, that's
the difference. Sarah Boone will write us 13 pages about it and tell us everything we need to know.
Looney Booney, as I used to call her. Looney Booney.
I love it. I think that's probably the best one I've heard. Looney Booney. Better than Suitcase Sarah. But I don't see him doing that. I see him again, because he was in his head, there was something, and he was driving around. I can't let you go in my arms. Like he was I see him playing some weird ass Christopher Cross 70s music in that car, and he's driving around and they're thinking the songs, and he's over there in his head sailing, or there's got to be a morning after. I don't know what it is for the fool. I don't know what the Tamagotchi love music is, but I'm just saying, I feel like he was, and she's with me. Look, she's fine. Listen, we're going to go to SeaWorld again. Remember when we said we'd go to SeaWorld, Maddie?
Oh,
remember when we'd go to blah, blah, blah? And Jen is over there cleaning up the room and doing the Fitbot and cleaning up the mess and trying to get this stuff going, whatever the hell. And he's over there meandering all over the place when she told him to go to 192 over there, where the one damn Alligator Avenue Road, whatever the hell that Alligator Shore Road is. Like, why would you send him specifically over there if he's never been to St. Clair? That's very specific to that reserve over there.
During the trial, they're going to bring up that poem that he wrote.
Yeah.
Jail.
Exactly. And we know he has atrocious penmanship. Well, somebody in that jail wrote it for him. He dictated it to somebody. Somebody wrote it for him, and he traced it.
Yeah, I want to pull that up because I'm going to have to go here in just a second. Let's look at that poem.
But he was in love. He wanted You know, they thought they were Romeo and Juliet. They were feeding that too. And again, it goes back to he was always in the background, creepily creeping. He wasn't staring at you, Jen. He never was. That's why he didn't want to really be with her. That's like, sure, because it gets me in the room, in the house, and I'm going to tell Juan before they go, look, I'm a man. I'm here. Everything's fine. She's going to be fine. I'll help take over. Watch Maddie. You don't have to worry about it. You know, I've been here for a couple of years painting figurines in the background. That makes me look gay. So everything's fine. You don't have to worry about me. You know, I mean, I have gay friends, so I haven't got no problem with that because even the gay friends will say that. They ain't got no problem. I'm just saying. I'm just being, you know,
Would you want to be my boy?
Sure.
Yeah. You know, I mean, these fools will come up with any reason to believe they're lying. And they live, once the psychosis is split, it's like Lori Vallow. Man, she is living it. It's like, I hate to say this with people with Trump, but that's why he'll never say he didn't do it, because he has to live that 100%. I have to live that. There's no going back. I got to live it.
Yeah.
I live it. It's my reality now. It's my reality now.
The classic, it is what it is.
Yeah. Like, this is the, you know, and then we're all going to do it and follow along, you know? It's like that time when Biden, oh my God bless him, during the World War II thing, and he was starting to lose it publicly, and he turned around when they were doing the ceremony, and instead of trying to turn him back around, Jill just turned around with him. And then the president of France did, and then the wife. And I was like, oh, honey, can we just please let Joe relax this last few months of his life? Dear Lord.
I remember.
Oh,
Well,
those are the
I don't
signs. Again, why can we see the signs and they can't see the signs? How did the school teachers not see the sign? The girl is asleep, getting D's and F's. But if you interact with her for 2 minutes, she's brilliant. She's a smart girl. She has a beautiful voice. She had, you know, like what the hell, people? Anonymously.
All right, I'm gonna play this so we can hear how this happens, and then listen to the poem because I can't see it. Bazzer, did you have something you wanted to say, honey?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, what it was related to what Synth was saying, but she said so much, and I agreed with a lot of it. It was so funny, but it's all good.
Oh, sorry. I told you I'm a talker. That's why I don't go on here, because I'm like, I have to be so good and be quiet.
Yeah, you're good. I'm
You're
gonna play
holding
this.
now, letting go. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna play this so we can listen to the jail file because I can't see the poem, and so it's gonna read it out loud. It's only a 10-minute video, and it starts a minute in, so it'll be about 8 minutes. So we'll listen to this and talk about it before I have to go for the day. Okay. So we're referencing the records that I got from the jail. And I'm trying to get these over to her, like everything they sent me, so she can go through it. So I'm going to read everything to you again. I was referencing Plunder had seen the first video I did on it, and she had mentioned me, so I was talking about trying to get it to her. Is what that reference was. Okay. Just to kind of pick back up where we were. This is referencing the letter in particular. If you haven't seen the first video I did on this, it is called Stern's Jail Records, I do believe. It's got a picture of him in a jail cell. So we're going back to this document, and it states that the type of incident is informational. It was on July 29th, 2024 at 14:50 hours. The inmate's name was Stephen Stearns. They give us his ID number. His housing pod is C-pod. The incident number, the ID, and the reporting staff member was Vargas. The narrative states, on the above date and approximate time, I was assigned to the C-pod housing unit officer. At approximately 14:50 hours, I was conducting random cell searches in Charlie Pod while searching the cell of inmate Stephen Stearns. I noticed some yellow pieces of notebook paper. This caught my attention because yellow paper is not commonly found in our facility. After finishing the search of the cell, I asked another officer to confirm the presence of the yellow paper, and he also found it unusual. Just as we were about to wrap up, Corporal Dinko entered the pod. I inquired with her about whether yellow paper was permitted. She wasn't certain, and asked to see the papers in question. I then requested inmate Stearns to hand over the papers, which he did. I asked an inmate how he obtained the yellow paper, to which he stated his attorney had provided him with a few blank yellow papers on a prior date. One of the papers turned out to be a handwritten poem labeled "For Maddie." I showed this note to Corporal Dinko. That concludes
what I was involved in during this incident. And that's where they signed off on it. I thought that this was a repeat. I don't know why I thought it was a repeat. I knew better than that.
So we're about to find out where the note was and how he kind of hid it. I think the yellow papers, like he said, came from the attorney. It's usually you're not allowed to have paper that's different than what you can get on the commissary. So I do believe that he got it from his attorney.
This one states, and this is what she picked up on, it tells us where they found it. Supervisor's review or action. After closely examining the handwritten note, I noticed a few lines that concerned me. I immediately reached out to Counselor Mendoza from Mental Health Services. Mendoza has been involved with inmate Stearns since he was first brought in because he is a high-profile case. After reviewing the note, she agreed with my assessment that it needed to be reported. Counselor Mendoza then evaluated inmate Stearns to determine if he needed additional mental health support. After her evaluation, she concluded that he could stay in his assigned cell without any additional restrictions. Photos were taken of the note and uploaded to the appropriate drive. Due to some concerning content within the poem, it was handed over to Kissimmee Police Department.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's the next one that tells us where it was.
Mortis, and a chain of custody form was completed. The report is forwarded to Watch Commander and the DRL for review. I apologize. I did read that. She picked up on this. So let's read this paper because it's not a repeat. And like I said before, I knew better than that. So this is informational. Again, the same date, the same hours, same pod. It says, narrative, on the above date and approximate time, while assigned as the C-Pod housing unit officer, I was conducting random cell searches in C-Pod. During this time, I searched the cell of inmate Stephen Stearns, who is currently housed alone in Charlie Isolation Cell 2. I started by searching the cell carefully, beginning with the table immediately to the right. I went through the books on the table and then checked a stack of books on the floor nearby. Among those books, I found a county-issued Bible with some yellow notebook papers inside it. The yellow paper stood out to me because it isn't commonly found in our facility. After finishing the search of the entire cell, I asked Officer Richards to verify the yellow paper, and he also found it unusual, noting that its contents were strange as well. As we were about to conclude, Corporal Dinko entered the pod to conduct her supervisor rounds. She approached us and began speaking with the inmate as part of a wellness check. Officer Richards then asked the inmate about the note on the floor, and the inmate replied that it was a poem he had written. He was then secured back inside the cell, and as we walked away, I asked Corporal Dinko if yellow paper was allowed, but she was unsure and requested to see the papers. I asked inmate Stearns to hand over the papers, which he did. When I inquired about how he obtained the yellow paper, he said his attorney had given him a few blank yellow sheets of paper on a previous visit. One of the papers was a handwritten poem titled For Maddie. I handed this note to Corporal Dinko, who took it with her when she left C-Pod. That concludes my involvement in this incident. And now we have...
Okay, and it's going to continue on, but I want y'all to think real quick about what you would put in your Bible, right? Like, in my Bible is my dad's obituary. It's got the record, like the family records and things like that. Like, important things go in your Bible. And then, like, if you go to church, you would have the little paper they give out at church most of the time. But other than that, it would be important things that are special to you that are stored in your Bible. And that's where this was.
We have another one. Supervisor's review or actions states, after closely examining the handwritten note, I noticed a few lines that concerned me. I immediately reached out to Counselor Mendoza from Mental Health Services. Mendoza has been involved with inmate Stearns since he was first brought in because of his high-profile case. After reviewing the note, she agreed with my assessment that it needed to be reported. Counselor Mendoza then evaluated inmate Stearns to determine if he needed additional mental health support. After her evaluation, she concluded that he could stay in his assigned cell without any additional restrictions. Photos were taken of the note and uploaded to the appropriate drive. Due to some concerning content within the poem, it was handed over to Kissimmee Police Department, Detective Morris, and a chain of custody form was completed. The report is forwarded to the Watch Commander and the DRL for review.
So I'm going to scroll down now. This is the chain of custody command. Right here it says Osceola County Corrections Department Property and Evidence Chain of Custody form. From Vargas, inmate's name is Stephen Stearns. It gives the IDs, the time, and the date. And it states handwritten note. Both officers signed off on it. They tell us the date was July 29th. The time was 17:42 hours. And then when we scroll over, it says reason for transfer given to supervisor. And then it says handed over to detective. Now it's going to show us pictures of the poem. Originally, in the first video, I had tried to read it, but I had got some of the stuff wrong. So I cut this part out, and I just put in this part where I was reading it. I'm going to link Plunder's video below. I try not to give my commentary when I read these informational videos so that you can use them if you want to, as long as you give me credit like she did. I'll read this poem again, and her video will be linked below. She's got some really wonderful thing, not wonderful, but she's got information, and her point of view on this whole situation is, I like it, and I would advise you guys to go check her out for sure. Okay, Plunder's linked in the description box of this video. You guys just saw where it was. This is the important part, so listen to the poem. The poem states, always, your hair was like honey with eyes stormy blue. Gone far too soon, I will always miss you. Your smile was a treasure, your laughter filled the room. This world is not the same, I will always miss you. I loved you so much, I would have died for you. With no end to my tears, I will always miss you. As I held you in my arms, my heart died with you. Rest in peace, sweetheart, I will always miss you. This right here again, as I held you in my arms, my heart died with you. That is okay. So I said that's a confession. I don't know if it's a confession to him doing something. It tells me that he held Madeline as she passed on. So what happened?
Go back. Can you go back to it?
Yeah, hold on. I have to pull it back up. Hold on just a minute.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hold on. Let me go ahead and share it. I shouldn't have closed out that soon. I'm so sorry. All right.
I've got to get the heck out of here. Close it up.
All right. It'll take me just
What's that song? You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah. All right. Let me
Oh, you went far back, girl. You're lower. Okay. Well, I'm trying to remember. There was a line in the stanza before that one that you mentioned. He said, I would have died for you. Right. This is why I think he hasn't said anything as he's in jail, because he is taking the fall for her. Because that's his way of showing, I do love you. I loved, like, I will miss you. You were taken too soon. Like, it was not intentional and it wasn't planned. And so his head, he's gone like Romeo, right? I just have to find the potion and then I shall join her on the other side. You know, this is a lover poem. This is not a stepdad to a daughter or a regular dad. This is a lover to a lover.
Yep.
Who
it is.
Come on now. I loved you so much. I would have died for you. With no end to my tears, I will always miss you. Max, if you don't be quiet. So as I held you in my arms, and again, I got to clarify because somebody said my Christmas tree. The Christmas tree. Okay. Shut it, dog. Okay. You know how we call a woman's, like, we'll say, my pussy? That's my pussy. My pussy cat. My pussy. Right? Two in a bird, one in a bush. Okay. A nest. Okay. Gaga has a song called Christmas Tree. And that's just where my mind went to because we are off the. That's what she was talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Shakespeare didn't say the Christmas tree. That was Gaga. I'm sorry. Let us give the right credit to the right source. I have to do that. Don't want nobody to get no sued or nothing. But yeah. No, it meant bush, you know. But yeah. That's what I meant was the nest equal the bush.
Yeah, when you reference Shakespeare, and then I look at this poem, and then in the pictures, videos, it shows poems he wrote to that girl Kendall that he was in a relationship with. He's one of those that likes to write poems and all of the weird. I'm not trying to be rude, but it's just weird.
No, it's true. I will always miss you. I will always miss you. I will always miss you. He's got a little, whatever his little brain, his little style. I mean, you know, look at that. 4, 4, 4, 4. You know, your hair was like, what? Honey? I can't even
Honey.
read it. It's too
Some-
Your
Yeah.
hair was like honey
With
with
eyes.
eyes stormy blue. Do you remember in The Princess Bride when she talks about Wesley and he's talking whatever to her and she's like, his eyes were like the sea after a storm.
No, I don't remember that off the top of my head. But I
And
believe-
right, and then he's, you can go for all I care, and he's all as you wish. Yeah. It was like that, right? With eyes stormy blue, right? Or sorry, blue, right? Gone far too soon. I will always miss you.
Yeah.
Right?
And-
Again, what is he driving around listening to? The Cure? Willie Nelson? Something.
Yeah.
Whitney, and in his head, he's like, I'm writing this to her. This is my last goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and that's what it is. And he fucked around and confessed to something.
Yeah. So, and again, I think the meandering is what got him in trouble because he didn't get over to the crocodile rock. And then the damn tire thing happened. And then it was like, well, and then, she's like, if you had just done what I asked, Stefan, if you'd just done what because every couple understands that, right? If you had just done what I'd asked, I told you to do it in a specific order for a reason.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
If you had just gone over there, but no, you had to go here and go there. Now I got to come up with this lie that you needed to go to this vape shop. And where did you go? Okay, so we're going to say it was a Target. And then you went over there and we're going to say that was the McDonald's. And then where did you go? Okay, we're going to say that's the other stupid vape shop and that stupid Pokemon cars. You better get this goddamn story games even. I could just see her just Stefan.
Yep.
The two of them. And he's okay.
An idea that Jen is a mastermind narcissist and everything.
Yeah.
So, which I do believe.
I mean, again, that wasn't the evil stuff. The CSAM wasn't evil. It was actual killing part.
But what if he? But what if she? He did that whole stuff. But what if she's still out there, alive?
Right. Yeah, kidnapped by the aliens and those drones that are still over New Jersey.
Yeah.
Come on now. I mean, again, it has to make some kind of damn sense. And these people are clever, not smart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They always give themselves away. They always give you their tell. They are always given way too much damn information, and they do not even realize it. And we're over here befuddled because we're like, how we can all see it. And the hard part is taking that now and processing all that evidence and processing it all to make something make sense to attach it to the certain laws that they're trying to get.
Exactly.
And that's the hard part. They got to find all of the case studies. They have to find all of the laws that are going on. They have to find, can this one be grandfathered back to that one? That's like, I think the deal with the Ron DeSantis is I don't think it's technically started yet. It's been signed into, but it hasn't been signed into law, and it won't start until XYZ. I have to go research that some more. But there's a lot of these weird things that people don't know. And again, they're dealing with the limited staffing. Right after this happened is when the chief, who was like in one of the very first interviews with people, all this corruption came out about her and her other homies, and she resigned, and the one below her resigned, and they lost, I don't remember how many homies. So there was a lot of disruption in that department. It's kind of like the Gilgo Beach thing, where there was so much shenanigans in the department that this stuff was getting lost in the mix, know? So they have to be real meticulous with how they do this. And I think they know Jen is in some place where they don't need to worry about her going anywhere.
Yeah.
So they're like, she's in the sanitarium over there drooling on herself. We'll leave her there.
Yeah.
Okay. She's safe. If the family has her, when they didn't like Stefan, it's horrible. She might as well be in jail because they are just, I know right now, they are telling her, I told you, stúpida idiota, that este pendejo pinche way, he da 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 vas a matar. And I know that that's all she's getting over there. Okay. And she's like, why am I here? I wish I could kill myself. Right. So she's, I'm pretty sure she's in that sanitarium because she didn't want to hear none of that from them either.
Yeah.
So then she's safe. That's why nobody's seen her. That's why there's no pictures of her going to the golf course with OJ. There's none of this. There's none of that for a reason. We don't see it because she's not out there. because there's a big enough that they could go to TMZ and get $300 for a picture of Jen Soto over there buying a toothbrush now. When it first happened, nobody knew what the hell was going on, and they wouldn't pay no attention to her potato-ness. They just said, what is this weirdo over here buying these toothbrushes looking at me like a weirdo?
Yep.
Uh-huh. So
I like that you call her potato. I love that. I love that.
That came over there from Guilty of Crime. I don't know who started that one. I don't know if it was Jay or I think one of the fans said potato, and then like then she got the Chucky potato from JoJo, and that was our trigger warning, right? I got the stinky Stearns. I got the skunk because I was like, dude, he's stinky. He's so stinky. Like, they said that when they went to do that thing where he's in thingy, he hadn't showered from when he had showered with her. So that poor woman was having to take pictures of his kibbles and bits, and he was super stanky. Is there hazard pay on top of the hazard pay? Because Lord knows now she's traumatized and can't go drive nowhere and sees a mushroom and goes off the damn freeway.
She had to handle it with gloves, so you can only imagine she had to deal with. Well, did she have a face mask on? I forgot.
Yeah, God bless her. She kept leaning in way too close with that camera too. Oh Lord! I said, can somebody use chopsticks or something? I mean, yeah, I don't know if there were gloves enough. I was like, can I get the gloves that go up to like my arm for when I used to get the rose bushes? Because like if any part of me touches this motherfucker, I'm like bad things are gonna happen. Yeah. I just girl. They don't even understand the levels of she-hulkery that would have happened if that had been me and I would have found that out and I would have been in that room. I would have been like throwing the table out the window and going down the hall. Where the hell is that? It would be over.
You say the camera had a malfunction and something happened to Mr. Stern's member. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it slipped. I have these muscle spasms and just chop that sucker right off. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Strangest thing. I like that somebody said in one of the comments, though, that somebody's like, he's going to say something with his whininess and the guard's just going to pretend to not lock it and go get a soda. It's like, Epstein didn't hang himself, people. Hello.
Jenny Jen said, I have a question. If you have a Fitbit, are you able to look on your phone where exactly your location is? How does that work? I don't know. I've never had a Fitbit.
It tracks you. It's like on your phone, just in general. Like if you have Google on your phone, like this is how I track my kids. And this is how, again, when you forget your phone, then I can't track you, my daughter, who decided to go on a sojourn one day for 3 hours. And I had every damn police in my town, let me tell you, looking for my baby. Okay, she was 20 years old, special needs, and I still have you pulled up security? I'm going to the library, I'm going to the college, I'm going to every damn thing that was in a 15 parameter, all right? Because, she was a big girl. They weren't going to be like sticking her in a car. I knew that. So, but yeah, they track everything. It tracks where you were, how far you went, where you are right now. The Fitbot goes like by steps because it's doing it for your blood pressure, to see how your heart rate, you're going to have an aneurysm, maybe calm down, or if you're agitated, right? So I know somebody was tracking it, and I know that in one of the forms in the big 501 document, it talks about the footsteps going all over. And it goes back to, since we don't know what Jen was actually doing when she said she was quote unquote sleeping.
Uh-huh.
She had plenty of time to be doing the Rumba all over that place. And leave it still messy enough to look normally messy. But, I'm going to clean this up. And it goes back to like one of the pictures of the bed. There's 3 sets of pillows on that bed, but it was only supposed to be her and sometimes Maddie.
Right.
So there's like a squashmallow, but it's like way over. But there's distinctly 3 sets of pillows like the damn Goldilocks, right? This one's too stiff. This one's too high. This one's too low. Well, why would you have a bed set up for 3 people to be sleeping in if there's not 3 people sleeping in that bed?
Right. Yeah, and hadn't been.
And he hasn't been around, but I still keep the pillows on the bed exactly for him to show up anytime in the middle of the night with his garage door opener.
Does not make sense.
That's weird, yeah. Because he hadn't been there since December.
And that bed is pushed pretty close to that window where the shoe rack with the Crocs were. So again, how's he getting around and getting a dog? How's he getting around it? He never damn did anything with the damn dog. The dog was always on drugs too. The dog was forced to take meds too.
Video dumps I'm doing.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean for that to play out loud.
I was like, what? We're doing dumps now? I hope not.
No, I was pulling up in case anybody hasn't seen. I'm gonna mute this and I'll speed it up. But that's Maddie's room. That's her makeshift room.
Yeah. Again,
Yeah.
if you live there, even if you're just renting a room, that's not bizarre to you.
I know.
Right.
That is.
I mean, I'm
you
sorry,
can
but
see
that's like La Cucaracha. Look, you had us. They could have gone out the slide. No, that because that's the TV on the right and the dresser thingy that was there when Juan was there because he loved to watch TV in the living room. Remember when the other room said he loved to watch his football and he liked to be down there, and that's why they wouldn't go because that's his area. That's part of the house. So then they come up with this thing for a bed for Matt, but she never slept in it. She slept in the master's downstairs with Jen on the king bed she inherited from her father. But still, when you look in that other room that they slept in, that bed is pretty far to the wall. There's not a lot of room to get around on that side. So whoever's against that is in and has to wait for the other people to get up or get up and over in a weird way.
Wow. No, see, but then this is why.
Yeah.
See, that's not the room I'm talking about, but that's Maddie's. But see, again, like the blankets were just cleaned and tossed on top. Uh-huh. I wonder if that was that blanket wrapped around her. And I think, isn't that where they found the underwear?
They found the underwear there, and they did find scenes. Do what, sweetheart? I'm sorry.
I thought the underwear was actually in Stefan's bedroom.
Okay. I don't remember, but I just remember. Oh, see, now there. That's Jen's room, right?
Oh, hold on.
Look at how it's all set up with the pillows and then how close it is to the wall.
Well,
And
there's room to walk on this side, I think.
Like very small. If he was over there, he'd be humongous, right? He'd be over there knocking everything over. But the side over here against to when you walk in, that's set up for a really tall person like Stefan. 2 pillows.
Yeah, and
right.
There's 3 pillows. It looks like. Well, this
Right,
person
3 sets of pillows.
Here.
So you've got
and then there's a pillow
Stefan,
here and a pillow
Maddie, and dumbass Potato over there in the corner growing her eyes that you can't see with.
Yeah.
Okay. And I want to know, is that staining on that comforter like because that's supposed to be the way the pattern is, or is that splotches of blood in front of the little squashmallow? Okay.
They say that they take a gray comforter from a bed downstairs that has stains
Well,
on it.
that'd probably be the one bunched up over there around Mrs. Potato. Dear Lord.
Yeah.
And the cat bed's upside down, and the dog was on the bed, but okay.
How did? But then the whole question with the with Maddie's quote unquote room. How did her family not notice the bizarreness with that when if they did visit?
They never came over because Stefan was there and they hated him. No me gusta este pinche gringo están. Con este pinche güey Stefan. Sí. Okay, I know she was getting it, and he was too stupid, didn't know the damn language, but they're over there and they're smiling while they're saying it. It's just like when they're in the office. Hey.
Oh, I was telling her. Yeah.
Oh, my thing went black. My screen went black. I thought my power went out. It's called I was talking too long, and my screen went to sleep. It said quiet woman. But okay, so there you go. See, look at that. Toothbrushes and 2 things, and why would any of these things still be there for him too? Why? When your boyfriend isn't around you, they have their shit in their own place. They go whatever the hell. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's all just be do it together. Let's go have some sleepovers.
That is weird.
Girl.
I've never noticed that there was pillows for 3 people on that bed. And they do talk about a gray comforter, and I can figure out where the gray comforter came from, but they talk about stains being on the comforter, and they take it for that reason.
So there you go. Yeah. When I was up way too late one morning, and I was like, let me look at that. That's weird. What is that? That's wrong.
Yeah.
Yes, every now and then you can go and you let
bedroom.
dirty enough to be plausible, right? But there's some things that have been changed or altered. But the stuff they should have altered, they didn't. It's again, clever, not smart. all these little liars are very clever and they can come up with some good stories and they believe them. And the rest of us are looking at them like, no.
Well, see, this is why I was when I was
See,
in
look at
college.
that. Look at that. That's
Yeah.
weird. No pictures, nothing, no posters, no picture of a tree or a sun or a moon or damn, I go for a pentagram right now. I go for something. But this is blank so that you don't see anything that's going to call attention to it when you are recording.
Oh, I was just gonna say, when I was in college, I was taking some criminal justice classes, and we were just talking about the difference between a serial killer and the mindset of a serial killer, and the mindset of someone like Stefan and, I'm sorry, Stinky and Potato, and I can clearly, yeah, you can clearly see the differences because then we brought up the Gilgo and like with the Rex situation, like, and this one, I've always been more terrified of serial killers to a degree. I'm, of course, you gotta be afraid of everyone because anyone can kill you. But the idea that they can be more, well, conniving than Stinky and Potato, and then you have these two idiots. It's still scary what they could do. That's why, I think that's why most people are terrified of serial killers more,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the statistics bear the fact that it's someone you know when it's a CSAM.
Yeah,
And it's someone that has been entrusted with authority over that child, and the child being a child does not know that that is not appropriate, incorrect behavior. And when you're sequestered, you don't know. When you go to school, you don't talk about it. My dad left me in a hospital for 6 hours. Okay. After he'd messed around with a car that I years later said, I think he tried to kill me. Okay.
Oh no.
That was my epiphany. Where I rolled over many times. They had to use the jaws of life. I was 15 and a half. And he left me in there. And the lady came to me and hugged my hand and said, is there anything you want me to do? And all I could think of was, if I say anything, he will kill my brother, who was 3 at the time. And all I kept thinking, he will kill my brother if I say anything. When I get out of this, he's going to kill me. So when you are in that level, you just don't say nothing. Oh no, it's fine. I'm just laying here. He's probably tired. He's old. And he probably isn't close to the phone. Maybe they should send someone out there. Like literally, that's what I would have to say. Because my dad was a bit older than me. He was, what was he, 50 when I was born? So like he would have turned 100 last year and I'm 52. So there was a big gap, I had to deal with a lot of always being in the wrong generation. But I tell you what, when I went through the casino at 17 with my brother, who was 8 years younger than me, they said, ma'am, your son's going to have to go into the arcade. You can't have children down on the floor. Okay. And I was 17. So, you know what I'm saying? I think that's part of it too, is that she started to look mature. She looked mature in that dress. And it was like the fantasy was starting to slip a little way. Like, no. Because they have an age. Unfortunately, fortunately and unfortunately, I think Maddie was the first one. I hope she was the first one, but there were no other ones.
Yeah.
And then he never got a chance to get to do that to someone else, because that's what it sounded like with that lady he was trying to date for. He dated for a few times with that. Just let me casually mention this in our third date. How do you feel about sleeping next to somebody that looks like they're dead? Are you into butt sex? Who says that? I mean, it's like the guy in Airplane again. Have you ever seen a grown man naked?
Oh yeah, Jimmy.
Right? Have you ever been to a Turkish prison? What? Who says that?
Oh,
that's one of the most infamous scenes in that movie.
Right? They're so good, those uppers.
Movies with gladiators in it. It's like, what?
Right? Yeah. Get everybody get into crash positions. That's the best part. Yeah. I mean, it's like that. It's just so like, are you serious? You know? How they can feed into each other. They just happened to find the two, Chad and Lori Daybell. They're another weird, they just did not need to be anywhere near each other. Like the couple that had the boy in the box, they were 100% in support of each other's shenanigans and how they treated that child. There's so many, like, yeah. And no one sees beside the school, and the school only gets them for so long. Right. And they're going from class to class. So, and then they had all these things, and you're post COVID, and there's all these weird things we already had to do on top of that. The teachers are overwhelmed, and they lost half of the nurses, and yada, yada, yada. And it sucks.
What were you saying, Bazard?
Yeah, does Jen, I keep saying Jen, Stinky and Potato, do they remind you of the infamous British serial killer couple?
Ooh, who's that?
I know who you're
the
talking about.
Barbie and I forgot the name.
Okay. JOC. Jen did Jay did something on that. I've only heard of it once, but yeah.
To me, right now, it just popped in my head like there's some similarities between. Well, at least the sister that allowed her husband to kill her sister or abuse her sister too, and killed her.
Yes. Yeah.
I think.
And we just had someone that the one lady just got in that little cult where she was like the third wife and killed the baby so she could be with the husband more.
It was down here in Georgia because I live here in Georgia.
Yeah. So again, another one like that's like, girl, just no, give the baby to someone else. Damn.
Yeah, that one was really messed up. Really messed up.
Yeah. There's been some crazy ones lately. I've seen some crazy ones lately. And then I see some stories that give me hope, like the 84-year-old grandmother that shot the guy that came into her house, not knowing that she was an Olympic sharpshooter. And the dude had beat her, tied to her damn chair. Grandma went and got her gun when the fool went downstairs to get in the gun rack, brought the gun. He came close to her. He shot her like a stormtrooper, 10 times. She's still going, and she shot him twice. Bam, bam, he was dead. Where is he? The intruder is on the floor. He is dead.
Good.
Go, Grandma.
Good.
I have to hear those stories. I keep going forward.
And I just put 2 pretty holes in him.
Right? I'm just thinking that's a kick-ass grandma. She over there, she's like, shoots. Right?
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's a great because she was out there and he thought he was being all slick. I'm gonna park all the way out here with my white vehicle in the snow, and then I'm gonna trudge a mile and do you dummy. Didn't you pay attention and ask people why she was at the gun place with we call it gun range, and why she was over here and over here? Lord. Yeah. Some crazy stories.
Or something.
All right. I wanted to show you this picture because that's her underwear, and I put I've tried to put like a little thing.
A sticker. I was wondering why that sticker was on there. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's her underwear. The first video it showed it, and I put a pumpkin over it there, but that's the underwear they were referencing, and that's on her bed downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
So
I guess Jen Potato forgot that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And then that's his boxers in the hamper there.
Yep, there we go. So you were right, since it was in. I guess that was is this? Yeah, this is downstairs.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, that's Maddie's little partition right there.
Yeah. I cleaned my underwear, so I put it there, or I didn't clean my underwear. I don't do laundry. Who knows?
I love that detective that was shitting on him in the final interview with him. He was like, "So why was your underwear right there? We found your underwear right there."
Yeah. I have 17 pairs of the exact same kind.
It was all
I buy in bulk. I buy in bulk.
You think I should get a lawyer or something?
Right? Oh my, no.
And he's like, "Well, do you think you need to?"
Right?
I think I need one. I like voice. I love voice acting, so maybe I should do like a voice acting for him.
Yeah, you're really good doing the Stinky Stearns voiceover to
voice.
Yeah. I like that earlier when the two of y'all were doing that. Like, she did that, and then y'all did that. And I was like, yep. I think we should do that with a lot of the videos, like how to go back over and make the funny voices of it, like Mystery Science Theater 3000.
That would be. I love that. That would be fun.
Right. Oh, Stefan, you're an idiot. How did you leave that there? I don't know. I thought I was doing a good job.
I don't know. Just
I just needed some more paint.
I had to go to the vape store. So what time did the vape store open? Well, it opens at 10, but I just decided to just wait around at 8 or 7 in the morning.
Right? Yeah. I'm going to just wait here in the line in front of everybody at a school, which they have walkie-talkies, they have numbers for your student, they have a little board, they look on it, and they tell you your kid's here or not, and they'll tell you to move along if you're there more than 50 minutes. I don't even know what that lady was talking about. And I find it interesting that we have not been allowed to see any of the footage from the school. And there's footage.
Oh yeah, but that would be because there's minors in the footage.
They could still say it was out there. There's ways to do it. They could redact it like Plunder does, where she makes the whole page black. It would still be there and we could still get it.
Yeah, but
Just saying.
I don't know that the police would release that because, like, I don't know. They did release the name of the friend, though. No.
Yeah, but to say there's been a lot of leaks, so I wouldn't be shocked if something gets leaked eventually.
And no other parent was recording. I just, there's so many people with phones and things. It's kind of like when Neil deGrasse Tyson says there's 6 billion people with phones and only these fuzzy pictures of aliens show up. Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
Come on now. And they're only out here in rural wherever the hell. Or New Jersey for some odd reason.
Well, you see, they use high-tech gravitational neuron brain
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, that's what Stefan's thinking. I thought the Warhammer was going to work.
Right. Well, I'm going to have to go because it's 6:10 here and I got to cook dinner.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
And don't leave the bunny out in the cold.
Okay, I'll get him out.
Come back inside, Inspector.
Inspector BS, let's get him out of the snow.
That's a good
one. We have a little family down the road that had 2 bunnies, but then now it's down to 1 bunny. But they love him all over the front of the thing, and he's a white, so he shows up real nice on the green grass. I love seeing the bunny.
Yeah. Basil, my actual rabbit, he's been in the kitchen under the table. He just got a bunch of basil, not basil. He got a bunch of cilantro and parsley that I got him at the store, so he's been hanging out in there.
What kind of bunny is he?
He's a Rex, Tennessee Hare. He's the one that, like, when they drop the emojis, he's the one in the emoji. Like, that's the actual picture.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Go make dinner. Thank you for letting us on. It's been fun.
Yeah, it was good. Nice to finally speak with you, Synth.
Yes. I miss Synth like a synthesizer. It's my club name back in the day, My best friend was Cyber. I was Synth. Every good song has a good synth part, even if it's from the 40s, 50s, and 60s. I'm telling you right now, go back and listen to some organs. Woo! It's exciting stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Intro to Van Halen. It's playing right now. You can hear it in your head, and I don't even have to play the tunes. You know it.
Right?
Right? Okay, guys. Have a fun one.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you guys for coming up. I appreciate it. That was a good live. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed everybody coming up and talking. I enjoyed y'all in chat. I do want to let you know I will be here tomorrow, but Tuesday is my monthly doctor's visit, so I won't be here on Tuesday. So we will have tomorrow's live, and then Tuesday I won't be here, and then I'll be back on Wednesday. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to continue to look through that document and see what else we can find. As soon as I get a chance, I have to cook dinner, and then we do like church in our household. We'll watch an educational church video, read the Bible a little bit, and then do like Bible trivia, and the kids get candy. It's all kinds of things we do. We do take a minute every Sunday to do that. Thank you for subscribing and becoming part of the Speculating family. I hope y'all have a good night. If you guys have anything you want to add, drop it in the comment section below, or be sure to be here tomorrow, and you are more than welcome to come up. I have open panel, so if you ever come in and you got something you want to say, just let me know and I'll drop the link. And I hope y'all have a good Sunday. I hope your Monday is good too. Hopefully it's not a horrible Monday, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. So have a good evening. Bye.